Oh, what's up, everybody? I'm watching the Xbox showcase. It's currently showing Castlevania, so I'm very captivated by the trailer. That was the most exciting thing we've seen out of was it the Game Awards? Pretty exciting. By the Dead Cells guys. God, that game looks good. Whoops. My bad. Wasn't supposed to take that. Comes out in October. Okay. That's good. That's good. October 5th. Wait. Hold on. When's GTA 6 coming out? November. Okay. Ooh. They're brave. They're brave. Can you believe they're still releasing Xbox exclusives? I mean, that's the thing. Most of the game they've shown were also released on PS5. So, and obviously, it's all those games are on PC for the most part. I think at least. What's up, Saladino? How are you today? Eugene, White Wolf, Locust, $10, Shazar, Rasta, JR. Rasta, thank you for the 4 years. The 4 years. 4 years of tier 2. I appreciate that. Thank you. That is a huge amount of support. Ogre, Zia. I don't know if anyone else is watching the Xbox showcase right now among you guys. But they're showing a game right now that looks like old school anime, like 80s anime, and it looks fucking insane. It looks so cool. I was hoping the Xbox showcase would be like 45 minutes. So I kind of timed around that idea, but it's a little longer. I could share the screen, but it's the whole thing. My current setup's not ready to show browser because I had to read my scene computer. So I'm just you're gonna have to just listen to me looking at it, I guess. Yeah, thank you, Eugene. You've joined us at a weird time, Eugene. In the life of the channel, weird. But glad to have you. 3 days bachelor party just came back 2 hours ago. That's crazy. LAN on day 1, parlor games, crime dinner. Doing a LAN on day 1 is rad. I like that idea. I'm assuming the groom's a gamer. Wow, they just announced Persona 6. Crazy. Seems very different. Darker visual style. 5. Vol au vent for dinner last night. Nice. I had vol au vent 3 weeks ago. I could have vol au vent every week. It's delicious. One of my favorite. Bride both. Yeah, how stereotypical of me to think the dude is the game. Although it was a bachelor's party, right? A bachelor party, so I didn't assume. I didn't think the bride was part of the thing. It was a joint bachelor party with both groups. Oh, nice. That's actually kind of rad, I guess. No, I think it's super cool. I think it's cool. It's those traditions aren't, they're meant to be broken, right? Like, have fun with it. Who cares, right? Yeah, no, that's actually kind of cool. I like that idea. What would have been even okay? Listen, no, I'm sure yours was perfect. Yeah, I'm sure the way you guys did it was perfect. If I was organizing that, here's how I would have done it. Now that I'm thinking about it, both parties would have been in separate rooms but connected together, like LANs, but from separate rooms. You don't, mix the two parties, but you play against one another. You make it you make it a competitive thing, like two teams playing one against one another. That's how I would have done it, at least at first, and then you unite everyone, and you don't let them know that they're playing the other team somehow. Like, you don't let them know who that other team they're fighting is. I don't know. That would be hard to pull off, but it would be so funny if it worked. So that the groom and the bride don't know they're playing each other's team. Everyone else knows, of course, but I don't know. Maybe it would be too hard to pull off, but I think it would be funny. What's up, Slug? Angthar? Colette? Right. I get it. So, Well, they're showing a really weird game right now that looks like something out of Dishonored. Two people at the LAN, 22 for other activities. Yeah, that's more than half during nerdy part of it. That's cool. Oh, never mind. That doesn't look like Dishonored anymore. Like Torchlight. Mm-mm. Yeah, still gonna start Mass Effect already. I'm just waiting for this Xbox showcase to end. It's crazy that it would last more than an hour. How long is it supposed to be? Because if it's like an hour and a half, I'm gonna just either find a way to show it on stream or stop watching it and catch up later. I tried to time the end of my intro with the end of what I assumed the show would be, like 45 minutes. But no, it's that fucking thing's like an hour and a half. Hello? Come on. Okay, every fucking week I try to start Mass Effect Legendary and it fucking EA app tells me it's time to update. And then it stops starting the game and I have to download the fucking EA thing. Even though I'm starting the game from Steam, by the way. I wish it would validate with the EA app once and then never use it again. And then when you start the game, it just starts it from Steam. You have my data already. What more do you want? How was my weekend? I was grinding marathon all weekend. That's about it. And I ordered overpriced food. So it's okay. You aware of the marathon plagiarism thingy? Yeah, I've seen that during development. It's one of those things. A lot of artists, visual artists, like take inspiration from other, like they take other things to trace or inspirations from other things. It's very unfortunate, but under the pressure of some of the industries, sometimes they have to take shortcuts, so they use stuff like that to sort of be faster, and they forget to clean it out of their portfolio. Like it usually it's supposed to be like for research and like sort of developing the visual identities and all that, and then they clean out all the stuff that obviously that they took inspiration from. Who knows what happened there? Was it simply a mistake? Was it someone who was really trying to cut corners? At the end of the day, the artist in question got fired. They cleaned up the art style. I even think the art director quit over that. So people took responsibility and accountability, and it is what it is. It is what it is. Hold up. Are they making a Call of Duty extraction mode? Because that's what it looks like when I'm looking at. Yeah, the artist got compensated and everything. So that's yeah. No, I think all things considered, it sucked. Like obviously, it's a situation that shouldn't happen, but accountability was taken, and I think that's good. Okay, so again, still for those of you who weren't there a few minutes ago, still watching the Xbox showcase. It seems like the new Modern Warfare game is getting an extraction shooter mode. I'm not sure what I'm looking at. I'm watching without the sound, so I'm not sure what I'm looking at. Gonna play that Call of Duty extraction shooter? I don't know, maybe? I'm not a big Call of Duty guy. I installed it like a couple weeks ago to play a bit of Warzone, and I don't know, the Black Ops Royale thing, it's a little too... It's a little too erratic for me, I don't know. The only part of like the whole Call of Duty franchise that I wish I had played when it was current was original Warzone, like when it first came out around 2019. That looked a little more slow paced, a little more interesting. Which that if this is indeed what I'm looking at, if this is indeed an extraction mode for the new Warzone, then it looks pretty rad. I think I could see myself playing that. It looks a little slower and everything. I guess my worry would be, why would I play this over Tarkov, right? It's kind of like the same aesthetic, sort of, like the military, very realistic thing. Or trying to be realistic. Why would I play this over Tarkov, right? I played 3 extraction shooters. Tarkov, Arc Raiders, Marathon. They all have very unique approaches, right? They're very different, like visually different, gameplay different. So they all sort of scratch a different itch. If this is indeed what I'm looking at, this would just feel like, I don't know, why would I play this over Tarkov? I don't know. It looks gorgeous though. DMZ it's called, huh? Okay. Wait, I think DMZ already exists. I guess it's a new version of DMZ. I've never played the DMZ mode. Oh wow, apparently there's a new Gears of War thing also. I'm very not interested in that, but I know some people are very excited about it. Anyway, I think that's about it for me in the XCOM thing. The Xbox thing. I don't care about Gears of War, and that seems to be the end of the show, so I'm gonna talk about Gears of War for half an hour or something. Is there even like a PC showcase later or something? I should have not streamed today. There's too much. There's too much stuff. Like, everybody's gonna be watching that anyway, so yeah, it's today. When is it? At 9. Oh yeah, it's like in 50 minutes. Yeah, see, I shouldn't have streamed today. I should have known better. They're gonna show Total Warhammer 40k apparently. More of that. Or was that last year's? I don't know. It's crazy that everything's happening on the same day. Oh, on the same, like, few days. There was the Summer Game Fest the other day. Finally announced the Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 3 Revelations or whatever it's called. Yeah, what's up, Clipturn? I know, we were talking about it. And I'm sure you'll leave for the PC showcase later. We don't need to be informed of that in general. I need to have a look at what was shown there. You mean Summer Game Fest? Or... me about this overpriced delivery meal you had. So, initially I wanted to drive to the McDonald's because I wanted some McDonald's, and it's typically cheaper than ordering food. But then I started gaming with a friend. I wasn't supposed to. The friend I've been gaming Marathon with wasn't supposed to be there. Turns out they ended up being free, so we started playing earlier than expected. I didn't want to drive for like a while, so I figured I just ordered food. So I wanted to order a burger. So I ordered a burger, some fries, some mozzarella sticks, and a bottle of iced tea. They forgot the drink. The burger, I'm pretty sure, was not the one I ordered. It was good, but it wasn't the one I ordered. There was a shit ton of mayo on it, which I love mayo, but there's not supposed to be mayo on that specific burger I ordered, which was supposed to be a Oklahoma smash burger. You don't put mayo on that. The fries were fine. A bit soggy, but that's order fries. Always a little soggy. And the mozzarella sticks came with the wrong sauce. It was supposed to be barbecue sauce, and it was just ketchup. I was very upset about it. I don't think it was the wrong order, no. It was just, I don't know, it was just a weird situation overall. I was like, wasn't there supposed to be a drink with it? And the delivery guy was like, oh yeah, well, you would have to contact the restaurant directly. And I was like, whatever. But yeah, and all of that came at around like 45 Swiss francs, which is very expensive with the delivery. Although the delivery, to be fair, is quite expensive from this place because it's a little further away. Which, to give you an idea, makes 56 USD with the current conversion. So yeah, that was very much too expensive. And I felt a lot of regret, but oh well, it is what it is. €35 too. Yeah, this restaurant here is like 40 Swiss francs minimum order. And yeah, the delivery was like $5, which is 50 USD or 43 euros. That's an American thing, JR. It's not really a thing here. Marinara is not that. I have not once seen a restaurant offer marinara sauce as a thing. Like as a side or whatever. Yeah. You just put, you know, technically what you guys call marinara, I guess, is the tomato sauce that they put on pizza here. That's about it. But yeah, here you just pick whatever sauce you want with it. Not a very traditional thing here. Yeah, White Wolf, I mean, I think ketchup here is much better than whatever you guys have in the US. I think your ketchup over there is basically sugar tomato paste or whatever. That's what I hear, at least. Ketchup here is pretty decent. It still feels like a tomato, like sort of, you know, tomato heavy thing. And it's not sweet. It's not sweet at all. It has acidity, it has a little bit of tang. It's pretty good. What's up, Greedo? But I wanted barbecue sauce, man. I wanted something else. It's fine. Ketchup in Iraq was amazing. Iraq, sorry. Made me look in disgust at our ketchup. Yeah, I don't know what you guys are doing. Mayo is the same, I think. The mayo you guys have in the US is some sort of weird thing. The mayo we have in here is like very egg forward. Like it's very, I don't know, luxurious. And it tastes very like smooth and tasty. I don't know. I think it's interesting because I always hear about like Kewpie mayo like they have in Japan from like Americans, you know, like you guys are like, oh, you know, Kewpie mayo is so good, so amazing. And there was one store that sold it here, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna try that. Everyone says it's amazing. I tried it. It's exactly the same as the mayo we have here. I think that's the reason, you know, why you guys like it so much, that it's real mayonnaise. It's like very egg forward, right? So the mayo we have in Switzerland, that's made like typically the mayo everyone has over here is made by Tommy, which is I'm pretty sure it's a Swiss thing. Hold on. Yeah, it's a Swiss food brand. It's owned by Nestle apparently. I just learned that. But yeah, it used to be like a, you know, its own little brand, like a over 100-year-old thing. And they make mustard, they make mayo, and all kinds of stuff. And that mayo is delicious. And so yeah, it tastes almost exactly the same as the Kewpie mayo that everyone loves over there in the US. Hellmann's mayo here in Denmark. Yeah, I've heard of Miracle Whip like in TV shows or whatever, but I wasn't aware it was supposed to be a mayonnaise looking thing. Yeah, they have a bunch of different mustards. They have a variant. My favorite one is a Dijon mustard variant. Very good. Very strong. I like strong mustard. The stronger the better. Yeah, Ankthar, it was a specifically like an Asian market thing. Which is good, you know. Listen, I'm not dunking on Kewpie mayo. I think it's great. It's just, for me, it tastes like normal mayo. Because I think like the specific thing about it is that it's very egg forward, right? As opposed to the just bland fatty thing that people in the US have, right? And that's also how the mayo here in Switzerland is, has always been. It's very eggy. Horseradish. I love horseradish, yeah. Big fan. There's like this, I have a store here that sells like a horseradish paste, just delicious. I like cover my bread with that when I'm making sandwich. I cover it with horseradish paste instead of other condiments, like instead of other sauces and all that. Then you put a little bit of meat on it. Delicious. No, it's not wasabi. Wasabi is a very different thing, and they make fake wasabi with horseradish. This is very different. It's a white sort of chunky paste, which is just horseradish paste. Very different. Nothing in common with wasabi. Let me see if I can find the brand horseradish. Oh, it's actually from Germany. It's a traditional German thing. It's that's gonna give me a link that's 50,000 years long. Yeah. this. I think it's this exact same brand, even, that we have here. Yeah. So it's like, you know, ground horseradish or whatever you would call it, like a grated horseradish. Yeah. Content not available in your region. What the fuck are you guys doing over there? The UK is becoming like North Korea with its fucking, the way it's dealing with the internet. It's mind-blowing. Anyway, the goal for tonight is to go through most of the side quests, because we gotta get that done. I don't want to skip any side quests. I want to get them done. And yeah, I think I would like to. I don't know how much more of the game I have, but I think my overall goal would be to finish the game this week. It would be nice. I don't know if it's even realistic. I don't want to know, of course. I don't know if it's possible, but I would like to be done with the game this week. I don't know, Credo. I'm not sure. Personally, I would say no, but when you hear the characters talk about some of the conversations we've had with the characters were like, oh yeah, it feels like we're getting close to the end. I'm like, okay. So yeah, I'm not sure. Did we need to go back to the Citadel? I don't remember. I think we need to talk to the people about the steroid thing. I don't know if it triggered more conversations.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, Presley.
As in the end of Mass
Yes,
Effect
sir.
1? Yes. Obviously not the trilogy. Do you know who Matriarch Benezia's VAs was? No. Unless I recognize them immediately, I don't care about who voice acts what.
Commander, something you need?
I have to go.
All right, see you.
Is it okay to tell you? Sure. Well, okay then. It's the voice actors. I mean, again, like it's not something I'm interested in. Like it's not some information that does anything to me. It's like, oh, okay. Marina Sirtis, Counselor Troy from The Next Generation. Oh, okay. See, that's like I've never watched The Next Generation. I don't even know who that is. Prestige sci-fi role. Yeah, I mean they got Lance Henriksen, right? Yeah. That is true, Sal. You know, good reflex. I think you made the correct call, and I'm sorry for overruling it. A lot of TNG actors got into voice work. Is Will Wheaton? Was Will Wheaton in like TNG? I must admit, the only Star Trek I've seen are random episodes that were on TV when I was in front of the TV. I was never interested in Star Trek.
Yes, Commander? Is there something you need?
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
Sadly, yes. Oh, does White Wolf have beef with Will Wheaton? Wesley Crusher. Trek fans hated Will Wheaton. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. See, I'm completely unaware of all of that.
I get the feeling you want to ask me something, Commander.
I just wanted to talk.
Fair enough. What did you want to talk about?
Okay, nothing new.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I figured we just did a DLC, right? I figured it would trigger conversations with the character, but maybe because it's a DLC, they can like re-record all kinds of stuff. I don't know.
Anything you need, Commander?
Just trying to get a sense of where the crew's at. Thoughts?
We're all in for the duration. You can count on everyone to do their duty.
What's your opinion on the last mission?
Killing Sarah.
Yeah, see?
I'm sure Dr. Tassoni's heard.
It still thinks that
We'll talk another time.
were the last mission was the other one. I'm gonna just make sure. I'm gonna talk to everyone just to make sure, but
Looking for supplies?
Let's see what
You bet, Commander.
we got, oh shit. Oh my god, the cost of those items. I thought I was rich, I'm not. I can barely afford a fucking sniper rifle. And they're not even that great. The fucking Spectre gear is overpowered, is what it is. Yeah.
Commander, I wanted to thank you
What for, Garrus?
for everything.
Hey, we've seen that.
I'm,
You bet.
You're
thankful.
welcome, Garrus.
Writers use him as we need a crew member who does something stupid the normal crew would never do. Often got the short end of the stick. Yeah, fair enough.
Commander?
What's your opinion on the last mission?
You mean the Rachni, right?
Yeah, see?
I think if just saying. Looking forward
Nothing
to it,
new. Nothing new. Rex?
Shepard.
Rex?
Good talk. See, that's the best of talks with Rex every time.
Hey, Shepard. Do you need something?
I should go.
See you later.
Alright. Well, no conversations. Good. Let's go right back to doing side quests. I'm gonna try to clear them. Tonight you're gonna see the kind of gameplay you don't often see on this channel. We're gonna be efficient. We're gonna be fast. We're gonna do those side quests at the speed of light. Yeah, very weird. That DLC, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. If I wasn't not too impressed. I like the visuals, that's about it. And the music was really good. I think the only way the DLC could be really redeemed in my eye is if it connects to something. Like if, you know, like what was his name? Balak. If that guy somehow shows up again, or if there's like something else about him, then it would be redeemed. We've never been in Gemini Sigma. I don't think. Yeah. Oh, wait. Never mind. We've been here. Let me travel just to see. The Club Million. Okay, that also means that we can. I hate that it mutes, but only that, not like the normal things.
Message coming in.
Oh.
Patching it through.
Hold on.
Commander, I'm glad you're in the area. We've got an emergency situation, and you're the only one I can trust to get the job done.
Oh. Okay. Wait, is this where Nas got the job done thing? Now I'm like, hold on. It's kind of like an egg and chicken kind of situation. I thought Nas was always talking about getting the job done, and then when he got to Mass Effect, that was funny because that was his thing. But did he get the thing from Mass Effect actually? Hey, Miss Bookums, how are you today? Good to see you. Does the game make it clear if the content was DLC or not? It does not. I don't think. But someone mentioned it in chat. Someone spoiled that for us, so ask him. I guess so. What's going on?
How can I help, Admiral?
Biotic fanatics have hit a medical research station with a psychotropic drug. The drugs have temporarily driven researchers crazy, and the biotics are effectively using them as human shields.
I can't just run in. You can count on me, understood. I'll see what I can do.
So if I shoot everything that moves, a lot of researchers are gonna die.
Exactly. A normal team could handle the biotics, but a lot of innocent researchers would die during the operation. That's why I contacted you. I'm hoping you can keep the casualties to a minimum.
You can count on me, Admiral.
I'll do everything within my power to bring those researchers back safely, Admiral.
I know you will, Commander. I'm sending you the station coordinates now. Fifth Fleet out.
Love the Admiral's voice. Yeah, it's Lance Henriksen. It's amazing. He's the best. Okay, hold on. What was that about? It's interesting that we randomly got a mission there. Groceries done. The gym's been a good day. Hell yeah, nice. My day's been, I woke up, basically, you know, watched a little bit of the Xbox showcase while having breakfast, and now I'm streaming. So my day is only just starting. I had a good sleep, slept about like 10 hours. Oh, very nice. Besiege base. Biotic fanatics have taken over a medical station and drugged innocent researchers to serve as human shield. You must eliminate the biotics while minimizing innocent casualties. Get to the medical base on Cho, located in the Cacus system in the Hades Gamma cluster. Oh, it has nothing to do with where we are then. What the fuck? Oh, I guess because maybe we flew through it, so that's why it gave it to us. It's like the pathing showed that we flew through Hades Gamma. Maybe that's it. Okay, more side quests then. Let's see. Okay, two things to do. First of all, we surveyed this, so we're gonna stack them. Yeah, the asteroid X57 thing has disappeared, but I'm leaving it there. Gemini Sigma, I'm pretty sure we've surveyed. I'm gonna verify that. I'm gonna actually write it down. I'm gonna put it down. And I'm gonna hope that I'm correct. I'm pretty sure we've already been there and surveyed it. And now we have a new quest in Hades Gamma, which will be UNC Besieged Base. Alright. Keeping track of all of that. What was for breakfast? I don't know. Beet salad? I think you would call it beet salad. We call it red carrot here, which is weird. But yeah, beet salad. And a little bit, a little package of something similar to Spam, I guess. Some sort of like beef preparation. Something simple, just a quick breakfast, you know. Potted meat, I guess so, yeah. Some nondescript little bit of meat, you know. Gotta have my meat. I don't actually eat that much meat on a regular basis. Like, a couple times during the week. Cat food but for humans, exactly. That's pretty much what it is. I always wondered what people eat for breakfast. You say that like you're an alien. White Wolf's like, I always wondered what people eat for breakfast. Because, you know, us non-people, we do something completely different. About spam for the first time ever a few weeks ago, I kind of liked it. So I've never had like actual spam, like brand spam. I don't know exactly what it tastes like or what the texture is like, but I always see those videos of people eating fried spam, and that looks fucking rad. I need to have fried spam at some point in my life. I wish, but I don't think they don't sell spam in here in Europe. I don't think, or at least not in Switzerland. I really wish I could have some proper real fried spam one day. Fried it up in a pan was pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, my only the only time I was ever in the US, I was just passing through a couple of airports. So unfortunately, outside of very limited airport snacks, I wasn't able to enjoy a lot of what America has to offer. One of the things I tried was Cool Ranch Doritos, because Naz always talks about Cool Ranch Doritos as being his favorite Doritos. So I was like, I have to try them. And they were okay. They were pretty good. They were pretty decent, you know. You can get in some stores that have US import stuff here in Germany. Yeah, Switzerland doesn't always... We have some, like, we have in like import stores, but I don't know, there must be something with the customs. Maybe like it's very expensive to import stuff here, so... And we have a, you know, Switzerland's pretty protective of its brands, so we have a lot of stuff that's just with Switzerland, you know, Swiss brands, and that's it. They're called Cool American abroad when I see them in travels. Interesting, Credo. I'm okay, Cloud, thank you. Been some time indeed. Hope you've been well. These chips taste just like a Cool American. Yeah, how, you know, that seems like information not everyone possesses, but, you know. American-style chocolate chip cookies they sell here in Germany are in no way how they do them in the US. Well, yeah, but that's pretty typical, right? It's like Swiss cheese that they sell in the US is the furthest thing you could ever imagine from actual Swiss cheese. Cool American Doritos. Okay, I need to look at that then. Maybe they're now... There's like 2 brands of Doritos here in Switzerland that I've seen. So maybe now they have more. Maybe the Cool American ones are here. I'll have to look at that. Cool American, such a weird name. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Cool American Doritos. Oh my god, they have it at my local store. they don't. Only available online. Fuck. Cool American sour cream taste? What? That's not what Cool Ranch is, I don't think. Okay, when I had Cool Ranch, it didn't taste like sour cream chips whatsoever. I mean, there is a bit of a, you know, it's part of the sort of the flavor profile, but that's not really what it is. Yeah, it's not the same, right? Miss Bookums? Sour cream isn't ranch, no. I mean, there is, you know, like a sort of creamy aspect to it, but ranch is like a specific thing, right? Ranch itself seems to be something deeply American as a condiment. Yeah, I'm always like the way I picture it is ranch is like it's a salad sauce, like a salad dressing type thing. That like, to me, I picture it like a weird version, a slightly different version of like French dressing, which I'm sure is not accurate, but that's how I imagine it in my brain. Made out of buttermilk, we mix the ranch flavor into it. It's just how restaurant ranch is made. Mayo, buttermilk, ranch package. It's gross. Okay, package is just spice. Yeah, but even like you guys are like, oh yeah, it's just buttermilk, and as a European, I'm like, what the fuck is buttermilk? Not even. Okay, in French, apparently it's called babeur, which I've heard about before. I've heard about babeur before, but I'm not even sure it's really, like, it's a very rare thing. Like, you're not gonna, you know, like, you're not gonna use that typically. Buttermilk is a big thing in Germany? Is it? Buttermilch. Sorry, my German is very, very Buttermilch. For a Swiss person, I'm very bad at pronouncing German. I do not have a lot of experience with it. Use it a lot for baking and as a drink. Use it a lot for baking. Yeah, that's what the babeur in Switzerland. We only, like, I've only heard about that like for very specific baking recipes, and it's like, yeah, you need some babeur for that. But buttermilk, yeah. All right, well, yeah, interesting. Cultural differences, right? But yeah, ranch isn't much of a familiar concept to me, I will say. I know you Americans love it though. That much I know about that. Every time I watch a fucking TV show or even like videos on internet, it's always ranch this, ranch that, dipping the pizzas in ranch. I'm surprised you guys don't cover each other in ranch when you're having sex and all that. You know, it's like it feels like it's everywhere. Mrs. White Wolf and all the Texans could bathe in it. See? That's what I'm saying. Don't judge my king. Oh, Jesus. Listen, I don't. To each their own. I'm very king positive. Do whatever makes you feel good, you know? It must be, like, kind of sticky. I would feel like I would have to shower for, like, an hour after that. You know, go deep in all the cracks and make sure everything's out, you know? This is way too much information. I'm proud to say that I'm not a fan of ranch. I rarely ever have it. I don't like ranch either. It's okay. Oh my god, this chat has the only Americans that don't like ranch. Even White Wolf doesn't. Colette doesn't. Jesus! This chat is a pocket of America that doesn't like ranch. I like ranch. See, Nogger, shut up. I was about to go on a whole tangent of, you know. I was gonna make a political stance about ranch loving and ranch hating people. Obviously as a joke, but technically I'm not from here. I didn't grow up. Yeah, maybe that's part of it, Miss Bookums, right? Like the sort of like childhood nostalgia thing. I feel like that determines a lot of what we like later in life in terms of food. Although I say that, I hated olives and anchovies when I was a kid, and I love them now, so. I also, well, okay, that may be very obvious to say, but I didn't like beer or wine when I was younger, like even as a teenager. When I started drinking beer and then later as a very young adult, I didn't like red wine. And interestingly, I haven't, you know, it's not one of those cases where you get used to it. Because I was never, you know, drinking much beer, and I was never ever drinking red wine. And then for beer, like in my early 30s, I tried a good beer once, and I was like, holy shit, this is actually pretty tasty. And then a few years after that, I still remember, because I went on a, like, it was a Valentine's Day, like, restaurant date, like, no, you know, with the girl I was with at the time. We went to like a you know, a high, you know, a very like gourmet restaurant type thing with like a $400 menu, like with different, like all kinds of tasting things, and each dish would come with its specifically chosen red wine pairing, right? And I was like, yeah, you know what? Why not? I'm gonna try that. And Jesus, that was the moment I was like, holy shit, red wine's actually fucking delicious. If it's, you know, paired with the right food and you know, like some good red wine, right? Obviously not like a $1 bottle from the corner store, right? And yeah, I never drank red wine. The few times I tried when I was younger, I hated it, and then suddenly I was like, oh, guess I like red wine now. So I don't know. I know our taste buds can change over the course of our lives and all that, but that was a revelation for me. When you said ranch on a pizza, I was like, oh, great idea. I haven't had that in a while. Always see folks dipping their fried food into a bucket of ranch is gross. Overpowers the flavor. Might as well be drinking ranch. I'm sure some people do that. I like liver stuff I grew up with. Love it here in the State. Everyone hates it. Liverwurst. Yeah, my grandmother would make liver quite often, like liver slices, right? Liver steak or whatever you want to call that. I always thought it was great. I loved liver. I don't know. I haven't had it in a very long time. I don't know how I would feel about it now. Like, okay, the Blutwurst, the boudin, as we say in French, or like the blood sausage, that I'm not on board. I don't like it. I don't know if it's a psychological thing, because I don't like the idea of like basically cooked blood, but yeah, not a fan of that. Never liked the taste. I should try it again. It's been a long time. Like a good, what I would try blood sausage if I was having like a full English breakfast and there was like a slice in it. I would try that, I think. I would love a full English breakfast. It's been a while. Last time I had one was when I was in Edinburgh. Quite a few years ago at this point. To enjoy a nice Malbec, red wine's fantastic. Yeah, I grew up to enjoy red wine. Look at me. Liverwurst with potatoes. Okay, so that's like, oh yeah, like the liver sausage. I know exactly what type you're talking about, Miss Bookums. I love those. Those liver sausages are delicious. We make them with sauerkraut here for some reason in Switzerland. Like, it's a typical dish. You make like potatoes, sauerkraut. or oh man, what's the name in leek? Yeah, a sort of leek preparation. It's a very Swiss thing, like a leek based sort of stew. I don't know exactly what you would call it, but yeah, very creamy and delicious. And then you have like some cabbage sausage and some liver sausage. It's delicious. And typically the way we eat it, I don't know if you guys do that the same like in Germany or that, you like cut it open and then you scrape the meat content out of it, and then you mix it with the potatoes and the leeks and all that. So I always thought it was a pretty Swiss thing, but Swiss and German culture is very, you know, shared, so probably similar. Blood pancakes are so good. Blood pancakes. It sounds like a vampire thing. It doesn't sound like a real thing. It sounds like a thing vampires would make. Glühwein? Wait, what's Glühwein again? I'm sure it's a thing we have here, but I'm just not sure. Oh, right. The Christmas thing. Yeah. I've had that before. Good. Call it, I think in Switzerland or in French we call it vin chaud. Pretty sure. Which means hot wine. Figure it out. Or warm wine, I think would be more accurate. Blood is nice in soups and stews. See, I don't know about that. Listen, typically I'm very easy when it comes to food. There's not a lot of foods I don't like. I eat everything. Like, there's not a single vegetable on the planet that I don't like, for instance. I always say vegetables are my favorite foods because there's not one single vegetable that I don't like. I'm a little more difficult when it comes to meats. There's a few meats that I'm not a huge fan of. Again, like the very like haggis, I don't think I would be very excited about it. Like everything that has to do with like innards and all that, I'm like, but it's more psychological than anything, right? Or tongue, like beef tongue and all that. Not a huge fan, I don't think. And then there's like seafood. Seafood, that's the space where I'm like, yeah, I'm not used to seafood. I haven't had seafood very much. I like fish quite a bit, but yeah, like mussels, all those things, not a huge fan. Yeah, sushi's delicious. I love sushi. I haven't had sushi in a while. I miss it. I need to go to sushi soon. All you can eat sushis, gonna destroy that thing. I always tell the story of me and a friend who I used to go to the gym with. Once a month we would go have sushis in that same place, all you can eat buffet of sushi with like the little like thing that rotates and always brings more sushis right out of the kitchen. You just pick it up from the thing. When they knew, like they literally asked us once, like the third time we went there, I think, back in those days. Like, could you guys just warn us that it's you when you make a reservation? Because we kind of had to adapt the kitchen like output for you guys. And because we would literally go there and eat so much and so fast that if there was a lot of people around the thing, there would literally not be enough on the, like, they would run out of sushi on the belt. So we started having to warn them that it was us, and they would, you know, they would make sure there was a little bit more production while we were there. A little faster production of sushi. It was something out of a cartoon, man. Like, the sushis come on those little plates, and there would be like piles of plates next to us on the table. It's something out of an anime, I swear. ate like Goku. Yeah, no, that's what it felt like at the time. Dude, we would go there right after working out. At the end of the day, you know, we had an appetite. Teach all day. It was a colleague teacher of mine, like we worked in the same school. So we would teach and then go straight to the fucking gym, work out for like 2 hours, take a shower, to the restaurant. Grow an appetite, you know? Yeah. Back in the days where I was a gym rat. I've been looking at the gym that's pretty close to me. I was looking at the memberships over the weekend. I think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm ready. I think my brain is finally in the space that I'm like, yep, you know what? I'm gonna take a subscription to that gym. I'm gonna start going 4 times a week or something. I think I'm feeling it. I'm feeling the need and the desire to lift heavy shit again. I've been missing it. I always used to love the gym. Like, I was not just like working out because, oh yeah, working out is good for you. I loved doing it. I loved lifting shit. It was just, I always thought it was such a nice personal challenge of, you know, seeing the improvement, and it always felt so not only like satisfying, but it felt like it was good for my brain. I don't know how to explain it, but I would feel so at peace when I was lifting stuff, and then feel so good after it. So yeah, I'm gonna get back to it. Anyway, I feel like I've said not like 20 minutes ago, oh yeah, today we're gonna play fast. We're gonna do those side quests and everything. And now I've been yapping for half an hour about random shit. That's pretty, that's on brand. That's, you know, that's the Daniel Matt you guys have learned to know and love. We can also ask you about your creative process again. No, I'm not talking about that today. Oh, by the way, I don't know. Okay, hold on. Completely unrelated. Someone from Kick contacted me. Fun fact, unrelated, like not important to the story, but that person's name is Naz. The partnership manager at Kick, their name is Naz, which I thought was hilarious on a personal level. But anyway, yeah, I don't know, White Wolf. So they contacted me and they were like, hey, we want to offer you a Kick partnership if you're interested. 95% cut on subs, hourly incentive to stream, you know, like they literally like pay you money every hour based on your viewership. Like a whole lot of, you know, interesting like clippers that do the work for you and send clips all over their social media, lots of network and whatever. Front page placements, all kinds of very interesting stuff. But here's the thing, I don't really want to stream on Kick, especially not the content that I'm doing right now. I am not feeling it. But here's what I was thinking. I've been thinking of having a secondary channel, which would be a multiplayer gaming channel where I'm just like playing whatever multiplayer game that I'm playing. Maybe even without a camera, right? Because I don't want to have lights on me, like, you know, 10 hours a day or whatever. But sometimes I'm playing my multiplayer games by myself and I'm like, man, I should be streaming this. Would be more fun, right? So I'm thinking maybe I should make my multiplayer channel on Kick. This would also help with like brand differentiation, right? Because if I make another channel on Twitch, then it's like, well, I have 2 channels on Twitch. That's kind of a little weird. Like, why would I not stream on my main channel or whatever? But if I do it on Kick, completely different, you know, environment, completely different sort of setup. There's no way to get confused about what content you're seeing where, right? Main show is still on Twitch, normal, nothing changes. But then if you want to watch some multiplayer stuff, you can find me on Kick, right? I'm considering it. I think it would be kind of cool. Also, you know, if I'm attracting a completely different audience and all that, I think multiplayer games would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing, White Wolf. It's completely. When I'm playing multiplayer games, I'm actually gaming. I'm actually, you know, I'm quite the gamer. You wouldn't believe it, but I'm usually pretty decent in the games, multiplayer games that I play. Shall I remind you, I was a competitive Tekken player back in my younger days. I made money playing Tekken. That's something I've done. But yeah, I mean, I've been thinking about it. I've been considering it. I don't know. I don't know if some of you would watch that, you know, because not only is it not my typical type of content, like the multiplayer stuff, and it's on a different platform, but I wouldn't even, my goal wouldn't even be to bring people from here to there. It would be to find a new audience with completely different gameplay, right? Sort of a different side of the Daniel Man. And then some people come over for the main show, well, great, right? I don't know. I've been thinking about it. I have been thinking about it. Yeah, I mean, Nengthar, I mean, if it generates some revenue, that would be nice. I don't know. I'm not gonna play PUBG though. It's not happening. Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'll let you guys know. So we have scouted all of this. Have I scouted this one? Let's see. I remember the Han one. We've been on Paraven. Oh yeah, we've been on there, right? Yeah. They definitely have a different kind of audience there. Yeah, no, for sure. I'm very aware. Which is why, you know, I don't hate the idea of doing, because again, like the multiplayer thing is really not the type of content. Although I started my streaming career by doing multiplayer. All the way back in 2010, I was streaming StarCraft 2, and then 2011 League of Legends for a couple years. You know, that was the start of what I was. But it was on a different platform than Twitch. So in a way, it's kind of funny that I'm considering going to a different platform to do multiplayer again, right? I think it would be nice. I think I hate you, $10. I think yeah, look at young Daniel, man. Look at that guy. I was sick with a cold that day, by the way. I still remember this. I was sick with a cold. Yeah, that's me. That's me in 2011. Playing League of Legends. And I was playing on a website that it was own TV. It didn't have a chat, so I had to have like my own IRC chat on the side and everything. You might see some familiar names in there, by the way. namingly, Necrocity's been around still a few times, but Racelin's a name that, you know, some of you probably maybe know from Naz's channel, whatever. Racelin's the reason how I met Naz and started this whole return to Twitch journey, in fact. It's interesting. Someone edit a stash on that screenshot? Ah, please. Man, I looked so young and sick on this picture, but yeah. That was like the very beginnings of me streaming on Own TV too. Like that was maybe like first month or something. Yeah, we started fighting in her chat, White Wolf. That's true. Man, those memories. Those memories, man. Yeah, now you guys understand the stash, you know. I have to hide this monstrosity of a face that's under there. But yeah, that's the lesson here, is whatever you share on the internet is here forever. That's a good reminder of that. Can't escape it. The bigger shrug is the lack of the Black Void. Oh yeah, that was my previous, that was the place where I lived before. In the city. You can see a little elephant in the back, by the way. It's still there on the shelf. Yeah, my game collection, some of it. You can detect some books and some garbage on top for whatever reason. Yeah. Gamer. Anyway, how about we do some actual side quests? Okay, so we need to go back to Hades Gamma to do the mission that just happened, that we just were informed. Cacus, Farinata, Plutus. I think that's new. Dis? What? Hold on. I've been in this. I think Plutus might be new. Do you still have that sweater? It might be in a bag somewhere. After I moved, I bagged a lot of stuff that I wasn't wearing anymore. Only owns black shirts now. Yeah, that's my streaming outfit. It's only black t-shirts. Bayaria has a huge hydrogen-helium gas giant with traces of methane in its atmosphere. I don't know if I've read those things. Nonuel? I don't know if I've been there. It says I can land on this planet, but... Okay, there's a survey here, meaning we haven't been there. Okay, now I know. Good. It's so weird how the game adds new systems later in the game for no reason. Like, it's not like there's a quest there, right? It just added it for whatever reason. You've taken over the channel of some innocent League of Legends streamer. It's the stash, man. I'm telling you, person. I am not a human anymore. The stash is its own entity. It's taken over the flesh golem that is my body, right? The real streamer is the stash. It's like a Ratatouille situation. You know, it's pulling the strings. Clocrolis. Clocrolis is a modest rock planet roughly the size of Mars. It has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and methane. Its scorching hot surface is mainly composed of silicate rock, deposits of aluminum, and other light metals. Clocrolis has a very weak magnetic field in addition to very high levels of solar radiation. It's not suitable for Mass Effect drive discharge operation. We got some samarium out of this. Maedla is a terrestrial planet with light atmosphere of carbon dioxide and hydrogen sulfide. The surface is hot and mainly composed of magnesia with deposits of sulfur. Over a dozen volcanoes are currently erupting across the surface. Mingito is a sun-baked wasteland of sodium, chlorides, and radioactives. Its relatively light mass has left it tightly locked to the star Plutus, with a day-side hot pole and a night-side cold pole. The powerful solar wind has stripped most of the atmosphere away. Interestingly enough, I feel like I've read those before. But Nonuel, though it is one of the oldest entries in the star charts, yeah, that's familiar. Nonuel has not yet been fully mapped. It is the largest body in the asteroid belt of the star Plutus, only large enough to maintain a spherical shape, but massive enough to retain the oxygen, carbon, and sulfur dioxide venting from its many volcanoes as an atmosphere. Nonuel is rapidly volcanic, and the source of its great heat is also the source of its inordinate mass. Nonuel is a secondary source of element zero, coalesced around the large chunk of Ezo ejected by a supernova billions of years ago. Surface conditions are extremely hazardous, and in addition to the thin crust and numerous magma flows, wide stretches of the landscape are coated with slippery ash and cinders ejected from the volcanoes. Okay. I am not 100% sure what we're looking to find, but let's see. The Warlord's Outpost. Okay. Now I'm like, have we been here? Was that where... Hold on. No. I was like, was it the... where Rex's armor was? But... I probably shouldn't be doing quests that are not even in my journal yet, but... Yeah, okay, this is completely unfamiliar. I've never seen that before.
On my way.
Oh, I was gonna say an intact shuttle. Maybe there's some people alive here, but no. Mercenary was carrying a League of One medallion. There's no indication of how or where he found it. Judging by the footprints in the ash, the two mercenaries were facing each other over the crate when they died. Both suffered a single gunshot wounds of a rifle close to them. They literally shot each other. over the contents of that crate at the same time. That's funny. Prying open the crate, you discover a carefully wrapped handwritten note, copy of one of Matriarch Delinaga's treatises. It is unlikely she penned it herself, but the flowing brushwork and indicate watercolor illustrations clearly show the hand of a master scribe. Is that a League of Legends? Ahaha. Hey, listen, I think League of Legends is a good game. I haven't played it in a few months because I was on I'm on a shooter kick these days, but I do want to return to it and grind ranked at some point. I haven't done that in a long time. But yeah, I've been on a shooter kick lately. I've been yeah, all those extraction shooters taking over my life. I've even reinstalled Overwatch because fucking Nasrallah and Amy USB are fucking playing like those fucking games, and I'm like, yeah. We tried Apex the other day. Apex is not for me. I don't like it.
I'm on my way.
But yeah, I reinstalled Overwatch to maybe find a game to play with them, so. Not Overwatch, yeah, I mean, I played Overwatch in 2016 when it came out. Played quite a bit of it. I just haven't played it in a very, very long time. It's a big C. Have you tried Deadlock yet? Yep, don't like it. I do not like Deadlock one bit. I think it's a pretty poor video game, but my main issue with Deadlock is that there's a few things. I think a lot of the characters, especially the older ones, the newer ones seem better from what I've seen, but the older characters lack a sense of identity. They're just a bunch of abilities put together with some semi-interesting, not even that interesting visual aesthetic. It feels very like unfocused, like game has an identity crisis type thing, or the game isn't sure what it's trying to be, visually speaking. Which could be, you know, it's early access. Those things could be refined and improved. Is that actually something I can scan? Yeah, but it's out of. That's funny. It's out of the map. I'm not even sure I'm gonna be able to hit with it. It's a vibe creature. And the other thing that I'm struggling with Deadlock is that I think it's a mediocre shooter and a mediocre MOBA put together. None of the like. I think the MOBA part of it is not great, and I think the shooter part of it is not great. Which lives it in this sort of weird space where I'm like, oh god!
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operation.
Damn.
You need to turn back, Commander.
Shut up!
Beyond the range of the operational area.
Don't put something outside of the area if you don't want me to be there. Okay, that's funny that this actually killed us, even though it's funny that it actually killed us, even though it didn't destroy any, like it didn't show the destruction. It's not like we blew up or anything. No, that was unlucky. I played that poorly. I didn't avoid the underground thing. It's my bad. Anyway, the unlucky thing, but again, my bad, I forgot to say. So yeah, back to Deadlock. I think I think the MOBA part of Deadlock is not as good as a proper MOBA, you know? Like Dota or League of Legends. And the shooter part's not as good as the other quote-unquote hero shooters, such as, you know, Overwatch or Rivals or whatever it is. You know, it's I don't know, for me it's like it's an inferior version of both genres mixed together, and the result is unfortunately not greater than the sum of its parts. For me at least, it's, yeah, it I would even go as far as to say that it makes each already pretty average part of the game even worse to play. So yeah, I don't know. It's early access. I'm sure by the time it comes out it's gonna be great. But in its current state, nah. No desire to play Deadlock. I find it unfortunately pretty mediocre. But again, it's Valve. You know, they typically take their time and end up making good games. So I'm sure it'll be fine by the time it's all ready to release. So. But yeah, as it stands, not the game for me for sure. I'm gonna save this time. How about that? But yeah, like I've seen even like some recent gameplay of it, and it feels more like a brawler than even like the MOBA part seems like strategically pretty minimal. I feel like most of the games currently in the meta evolve into just, yeah, more of a brawler than anything. It reminds me of a bit of that other Predecessor. Reminds me of Predecessor in the way it just feels a lot of brawling, not a lot of deeper strategic map control and all that. Actually gonna fail me if I stay outside of the range of the area. Shut up, Joker! I'm doing something. HP. I thought it was dying. I didn't even continue dodging because I thought it was dead. It had no HP anymore. Well, that's on me. I should have confirmed the kill, I guess. Jesus.
You need to turn back, Commander. You're going beyond the range of the operational area.
If you want me to not be there, don't put something there. Game, okay? Alright. Back to business. Quick save. Oh, that's a weird bug. It freezes the engine in a weird... Hold on, what is going on here? If I Alt-Tab on this screen, it freezes the engine. I don't think that happens when you're... Hold on. Okay, it happens when you're on foot there. I don't feel like that happens when you're in, like... a normal, like, town area or whatever. What a strange... Huh. Happening? The game engine freezes when you tab out on that particular gameplay section when you're outside with the Mako. I'm not sure if that always happened in those situations, but... Like you can see right now, if I tab out, it freezes the engine, which is interesting. The UI still works. You can see the radar is still moving, but the characters and everything else is not. It's completely frozen. Oh, I can't even get in there.
Yes, sir.
There must be a quest in there, but we don't have it yet, so I can't go in. Alright, well, bye. Oh, it also happens here. Weird, I never noticed it until today. I'm pretty sure I've tabbed out without that happening. I don't know. I guess. Also, the way it mutes on that screen is, I think, pretty interesting. It's just that screen that mutes. Trey Armis. Trey Armis is a hydrogen-helium gas giant with a powerful magnetic field, making it a popular discharge site for freighters working Nanzi Ishtar shipping route. It is popular enough, in fact, that Quarian ships can often be found loitering in orbit, selling the freighter crews cheap refreshments, salvage, and all odd craft works assembled by their children. There are no ships in orbit at present, however. Ferengor. A large but low-density terrestrial world, Ferengor is generally believed to consist mainly of water ice, occasional upwelling of metals, caused by the interacting tidal forces of several large moons suggests the core is small but extremely dense. Ferengor has a thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of dark carbon-laced water ice. 10 years ago, Ferengor's green surface color and dim illumination drew the cinematographer Riza Uvarsan to film the exterior scenes of Starless on location. Acknowledged as a masterpiece of gothic horror, the sets, well preserved by the vacuum, draw hundreds of tourists to the backwater system every year. And we got some polonium out of this. Zamari. Zamari is a small airless cratered terrestrial, a lifeless rock quite similar to Luna. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of silicates, though one hemisphere has several seas of dark basaltic rock. Okay, that's the one we need to land on. Zeardar. A enigmatic terrestrial planet, Zeardar has a hazy atmosphere of nitrogen and argon. The surface is scorching hot and mainly composed of calcium with deposits of sodium. 3 times in the last century, ships stopping to discharge at Trey Armis have reported geometric patterns of lights on the dark side of Zeardar. Attempts at closer investigation proved fruitless. The lights disappear when ships move. The lights disappear when ships approach the inner system? I think that's what it's supposed to say. Okay, so there might be some ruins on this planet. Mercury. Yeah, patterns and everything. Cho is a terrestrial planet whose surface is mainly composed of aluminum with numerous deposits of calcium. Though it has enough mass to retain a dense atmosphere, Cho is nearly a vacuum. This lack of atmosphere allows a moderate average temperature, but the difference between day and night are extreme. The surface of Cho's sunward facing side is usually covered by a haze of volatiles, mainly water vapor and carbon dioxide, which return to the ground as frost over the course of the long cold night. The Serta Foundation has established a research outpost on Cho to investigate the native subterranean life of Cho. The repetition here is very annoying, which shows incredible resilience to extremes of heat and cold. Alright, let's go try to see what we can do here. We're dealing with biotic terrorists. I think I'm going to take Kaiden. And Rex. That and that, I guess. see. The weapons and some matriarchs riding. Pretty good. Round burst, I think. Oh, okay, everyone's on their best equipment. Close to the transmitter, your comms pick up a recording of a wistful string quartet. You power the system down. Whoever lived here, they haven't been back for some time. The crates are covered with Cho's chalky dust, and the status light of the shack indicates its atmosphere ran out long ago. Aw, a little sad. An Omnitool and some matriarch. Wait, it looks like someone's been living in this place. This small crate held some stale food and one of Matriarch Stelinaga's writings. Still fairly good condition, unlike the food. Inferno rounds and snow. It's not clear who owns this container, but discovered one of Matriarch Stelinaga's writing inside. Okay, why suddenly are we getting, like, every time we open a box we're getting Matriarch's writing? This is actually kind of crazy. Yeah, we're done with the quest. We got so many of it that we're actually done with it. Yeah, we have 11 out of 10. Yeah, ended up like flyers. For sure. Yeah, we're getting close to being done with all of those collectibles. Wow. See, Cypher 2 level 9 by the Elkos Combine, literal garbage. It's worse than some of the, what is the Elkos Combine? How are they still in business? How is the Elkos Combine still in business? I don't get it. Absolute garbage. The Brog. The Paterno. I don't know if the X there is the one that I'm supposed to go to, but... Shield interface. Oh, I already have one. Yep. It's a real help. Okay, there's gonna be a treasure. Yeah, I was gonna say there's gonna be a treasure maw there. Yo, what's up, Kinetic Ghost? I'm sorry, it's gonna be very loud for a second. How are you doing? What were you playing today, Ghost? I saw you were live, but I don't remember what you were gaming. Control. Right. How are you enjoying Control? Yeah, I'm sorry, this is extremely loud. It's gonna get quieter as soon as I'm done with this. There we go. Jesus, this is loud. Remedy does such a good good job at building their worlds. Yeah. I am glad you're having a good time with it. I do want to play Alan Wake 1 and 2 in the near future. I feel like those games might be enjoyable for me. Large deposit of mercury. But yeah, thank you for the raid, man. I hope you've been good. I'm cleaning up a few of our side quests in Mass Effect today. Still Mass Effect 1, yeah. Oh, that's the place that we're trying to find. But yeah, what's up, everybody? Hope you had a good time at Kinetic's place. And uncovering some of the mysteries of Control. Yeah, I did enjoy a lot of the lore in Control quite a bit. I played about 60% of the game, I think. I did enjoy, you know, like sort of learning all about those little anomalies and all that. That was the fun, the SCP sort of like vibe of it was. Thing. I had some issues with some of the gameplay, so some of the structure of the game and some of the main narrative. But obviously, I'm not gonna go into any of the details because you're playing the game. I don't want to spoil anything for you, but yeah, pretty good video game. Take down the terrorists, but remember to check your targets. Civilians are so addled by the drug, they'll wander right into the middle of a firefight. Okay, hold on. I need my squad to just not use powers whatsoever. We're just gonna cut that shit down. Nobody's using any powers. In fact, you know what? Hold on.
Huddle up.
If you guys could stay here and just guard the entrance, that'd be great. I just want to make sure no one's get shot accidentally. I'm going solo for this one. John Wick. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the snowblind rounds. That seems good. Been watching the John Wick movies over the last week or so, better than expected. Yeah, those movies are fun. The world building in John Wick is pretty damn impressive. for an action movie.
You must die!
No! Guys, please! Oh god. I didn't want them to...
Oh, get me next time.
I will destroy you!
Can I stand up, please? Thank you. The biotic powers putting you to the ground for like 5 seconds. Such an annoying gameplay feature. You've cleared the facility. Civilian losses were tolerable. What? Okay, I haven't seen a single civilian get shot, by the way. Evolution of humanity. These biotics didn't seem that different than the other scum you dealt with. I haven't seen a single civilian, by the way. There was one standing here. Didn't see him get shot. I'm not sure what they're going on about with tolerable. But...
Can you feel me growing? I'm gonna bring it all!
Don't do drugs, guys.
If I don't hold still, it will all spill out. And then I won't be me anymore. I won't be me if it all spills out. I have to hold still.
What an annoying mission that was. Yeah, I have a few complaints there. The fact that my teammate didn't listen to my orders, very annoying. The fact that there was no, like, indicator of civilians in the mission to know exactly, like, if they lived, died, or whatever.
When I smile, the walls chime. I'm making so much music.
This mission felt very janky in its concept. I like the idea of, like, hey, there's been a hostage situation, you know? Get in there, save them. But then, it didn't feel like the game was really set up to allow you to proceed in that way, right? Unlike the Thorian stuff where you could throw the grenades and all that, you know, that made sort of, there was structure around that idea and it made sense. This was very unclear and janky.
Did you see it? It was just here. So beautiful.
Oh well. Not a big deal. Ooh, Krogan armor. Yeah, nice. Wow, look at that. Big armor. I love the skull too. Very cool. Yeah, Rex is looking rad right now. Yeah, and also now that they're supposed to follow me, Kaiden's just stuck in the middle of something. Oh man, gotta love old games, jank. Always a pleasure.
They're all crawling through my fingers. I can feel their wings fluttering.
If neutralized the threat posed by the biotic fanatics, return to Normandy, use the galaxy map to report to Admiral Hackett. He better be happy with my results there. If I get blamed for killing scientists in the way it happened, I'm gonna be very mad. Because again, we didn't see a single scientist during the fight, didn't shoot one. I don't think so, at least, unless... I only shot people that had weapons, so unless one of them took a weapon and tried shooting us, and we had to avoid that, then that would be a problem, but I don't think I did anything. Let's see.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Good work, Commander. You took down the biotics with minimal collateral damage.
It was my fault. I did what I could. The biotics made it hard. Oh, so yeah, it's implied that I still killed civilians, which is... Yeah, White Wolf, but I made sure to only shoot people that were either attacking us or shooting us, like biotics or shooting us. So unless the civilians literally took a gun, in which case, how am I even supposed to know which one's which, right? The outfits, maybe I didn't like, we can look at it again. Let's look at that fight again. So, yeah, instantly we go here. That guy, does he get blasted here? Is someone shooting? It's like it disappears, it vanishes. Yeah, biotic terrorist, biotic terrorist. Biotic terrorist. Biotic terrorist. Down for like 5 seconds. Look at how long I'm unable to act there. That's crazy. Yeah, biotic terrorist. Yeah, so the only explanation I can see, because we didn't see any civilian outside of the first one, the only explanation I can see is that this guy dies the instant it begins. Like this, right? This kills him. I don't know if it's one of my guys that shot it or if it's one of the terrorists. If it's one of the terrorists, I don't think I can be held responsible for it. Yeah, see, someone using a spell there. One of the biotics. And that makes a container blow up. And then my team shows up. I think we're not responsible for that. I don't think we're responsible for that. Oh well. Maybe we shouldn't have got close to a scientist. Maybe that was a risky play, you know. I thought I could maybe talk to him and being like, hey, you want to... my thought was, since there was a talk interaction, I thought I could go to him and be like, you should escape right now. And like, you know, like sort of hostage, save him type thing, right? But, you know. Oh well. I did what I could.
I'm sorry we lost some of the researchers, Admiral. The biotics knew what they were doing.
Nobody could have gotten out of there with fewer innocent lives lost. You saved a lot of lives.
Thanks,
today,
Commander.
Fifth Fleet out.
At least the Commander's happy with our work. So, I guess that's okay. We did the best we could. Ooh, I'm almost maxed out on Paragon. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Bring up our overlay. Hades Gamma, we're good. Can remove that. I think we go to the Voyager cluster now. Seems like the best thing to do, and then we go to Kepler Verge, Hawking Edda. But Hawking Edda is so funny because I think that's the first side quest we've gotten, and we haven't been there yet. But yeah, I think we're going around, and then we'll go to Burmeyer. Burmeyer's behind my face right now, I think. Yeah, all the way up there. Alright, so to the Voyager cluster we go. Amazon, investigate shipments, Yangtze, some Cerberus stuff. Okay. I think I'm gonna go... Amazon seems like a pretty insignificant thing. The Cerberus stuff, we've already dealt with Cerberus ones. I'm pretty sure. I'm excited to see more of that. Oh yeah, they were doing something with the Thorian Reapers or something.
Commander, incoming signal from 5th Fleet HQ on the Citadel.
Oh.
Commander Shepard, something uncomfortable has just come up. In the First Contact War, we fired a lot of espionage probes into Turian space. We just received a mission complete burst from one of them.
That's quite a delay.
Where's it been in the meantime?
No idea. Lost in transit. These probes were built in a hurry after First Contact.
Okay.
What makes this uncomfortable?
When these probes were launched, we didn't have any idea who we were fighting. We didn't want to risk aliens examining our technology. The probe has a demo nuke built in. A 20-kiloton tactical fusion warhead.
Uh-oh.
About equal to the bomb dropped on Hiroshima back in the 20th. If somebody finds that probe, tampers with it, you don't need me to finish, Commander.
Get a bomb disposal team.
I understand this must be handled, but I don't have anyone trained to deal with this sort of thing, sir.
I know. I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important. These probes have been classified for 26 years. The Council will call fusion bomb booby traps dangerous and irresponsible. The Alliance would face censure if they find this probe. I'm asking you because the Normandy can get on site quickly and quietly. It's in the Voyager cluster.
It shouldn't be over there.
It's in the Voyager cluster. That's the opposite side of the Alliance from Turian space. How did it get there?
I don't know. It's possible someone recovered it safely and brought it there. It's also possible it got very badly lost. It could have been wandering the relay network since the war.
We're busy. Alright, where is it?
We'll get on it immediately, Admiral. And we'll be discreet.
I appreciate that, Commander. Good luck.
What? I love that. What?
Fleet out.
My option was, where is it? And he literally doesn't even tell me where is it. An old Alliance espionage probe is turned up in the Voyager cluster. These probes carry nuclear payloads, and if the Citadel discovers these nuclear booby traps, it would greatly embarrass the Alliance. Your mission is to find, disable, and recover the probe. Probe signals coming from the Amazon system in the Voyager cluster. Turns out we're here, so good news. Tramar. Tremor is a standard hydrogen helium gas giant with traces of methane and nitrogen in its upper atmosphere. And we found some nitrogen. Sibin. A small rock and ice planet, Sibin has an extremely thin atmosphere of hydrogen sulfide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of magnesium and silicates with deposits of iron. Sibin's crust contains significant deposits of green serpentine, a mineral formed by volcanic activity. This suggests Sibin was a more geologically active world in the distant past. Maybe it's Sibin, I don't know. While scanning the planet Sibin, you discover a large mine grid in a geosynchronous orbit. With help from navigator Presley, spelling mistake there, your recon team recovered a small unmanned probe marked with the Quadin Outpost insignia. Sonedma is the second of the Amazon system arid superterrestrial worlds. It is considerably less dense than its neighbor Dernuka, and has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and ethane. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of iron-laced silicates with deposits of sulfur. Polonium. Dernuka is an enormous terrestrial world nearly twice the size of the Earth. Its environment is similar to that of Mars, arid with a mix of craggy basalt highlands and sand-scoured desert of iron-laced silicate dust. Dernuka's atmosphere mainly consists of carbon dioxide and argon, but the planet's mass is great enough that measurable amounts of helium and even molecular hydrogen remain trapped in its atmosphere. The planet's gravity well is deep enough that it has collected nearly a dozen small satellites, most captured asteroids. Its surface is scarred by many large impact craters, marking the final resting place of other captured asteroids. And Agibinium is a small terrestrial world with an extremely thin atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. Though the planet has sufficient mass to maintain a much thicker atmosphere, much of it has been blasted away. The red giant Amazon is a long-period variable star, currently at the nadir of a 16-year cycle. At peak, its energy output doubles, lashing Agibinium with intense heat and radiation. The crust is mainly composed of aluminum, with deposits of tin. Much of the surface is coated with fine silicate dust, which easily penetrates the smallest cracks. Foul machinery. Missed opportunity to name one of the planets prime in this system? I guess so, yeah. That looks cool. Let's see how it looks on the surface. Right, so we need to disable a nuclear probe. I mean, Kainen's a bit of a tech guy. Tali is definitely a tech guy, girl. Yeah, let's go with that. Let's not bring Garrus. He might be offended by the fact that this was supposed to be a... Oh, Jesus, this is beautiful. It's cool. Is there gonna be something down there? Probably, right? Or maybe not. Turns out there's nothing there. This is so cool. Imagine if you lived on a planet that was that close to a sun. presumably impossible, but you know, I don't think it would be able to sustain life, but hopefully.
Cover me.
Brushing away the carbonization on the door of the contragravity speeder, you see the Nedzo brand name. Judging by the charring, the wreckage has been here since the star's last variable peak. Corpse is wearing the remains of an expensive suit and what appears to be melted antique aviator goggles. Okay. That? Wait. That is not the marker. The marker's here. What? Oh. What the hell? Oh. Wow. Good luck seeing that. The body is a long way from anything and appears to have been here for quite some time. On the body is a book of drawings, including one of Sigler's outpost insignia. Okay. Some debris and a research base, apparently. Okay. Ow, sorry. My bad. Sorry. Just passing by. What is this? This looks like the door to an underground facility of some kind. It doesn't look like we can interact with it. I wonder if the quest line will send us there. Whoa. Ah, we're good. Perfectly calculated. It's hitting the edge there, you know. Flip back. Beautiful.
Mine shaft. That's the source of the signal.
A trap. It has to be.
I agree. This thing didn't crash. Somebody moved it here.
Well, doesn't change our objective.
There's a nuclear weapon down there. We can't abandon it. Just stay on guard.
All right, Shepard.
No. God, this system is so bad. I didn't want to switch at all. I didn't want to switch the things at all. I just wanted to cancel the switch. You can. Once you've pressed the button, it's over. You're gonna switch no matter what. Not have Aquarian armor. A lot of shields. I care about damage protection and biotic protection. And the amount of shield. I think the shields are fine. Hello? Is anybody home? Holy fuck, that was loud.
At last.
Jesus fucking Christ, that was insanely loud. Holy crap, dude. Was that a real bomb? Yeah. It might as well have been. Holy fuck, dude. Jesus Christ. Whew. Alanos Halyat. Wait, Halyat. Isn't that the Halyat armory thing? Who are you?
You have me at a disadvantage.
My name is Ilanos Halyat. I doubt you know it. Who do you think runs the Terminus clan, Shepard, huh? Thousands of pirates, slavers, criminals of every stripe?
What should I know?
I don't study the internal politics of pirate bands.
The strongest leads. The one who kills the most men, seizes the most ships, pillages the most colonies. 3 years ago, I was the strongest. I used my influence to assemble a fleet. We would drive your kind out of the Verge.
Interesting. You attacked Elysium, the Skillian Blitz. Nice try, genius.
You're the one behind the attack on Elysium.
I was the motivator, the instigator, the one who promised glory and riches for sacking the largest human colony in the cluster. The one blamed when it failed. Failed! I was ruined when your kind held against the Blitz. What better way to recover my reputation than by eliminating the first human Spectre?
Okay. There's really something interesting with some of those dialogue options. Since the beginning of the game, I felt the same way. Is that sometimes I pick an option, and it feels like I picked another one. But we've tested that earlier in the playthrough. This is not what's happening. It's just that the two options literally say the same thing. Like, there's so many moments where I pick like the middle option and it says exactly what the top option says. And I'm like, well, why do I even have a choice then? Obviously, many games have, you know, the illusion of choice. It's a very frequent thing. But at least make it, you know, make it a different flavor. So that it feels like I'm sort of influencing the dialogue. Can't we negotiate? Don't underestimate me, I'll get you. Alanos Halyat.
My crew will come for me.
Oh, let them. We'll be ready. An Alliance warship would make a fine prize. Oh, and if you haven't noticed, the ores here are laced with heavy metals. I'm afraid your suit radios aren't powerful enough to transmit out.
I thought the idea there was that we were gonna call the Normandy, right? Like, try to contact Joker to tell him to get ready to get us out, right? But no, instead it's Shepard being like, my crew will come and get me. Can't we negotiate? I'll get you. Don't underestimate me.
We'll find a way out of here.
I rather doubt that. Goodbye, Shepard.
What do we do now, Shepard?
I'm not sure about Elanos Aliat's plan altogether. Because he says eliminating me would be a nice boost for his reputation, but if he kills me randomly on a planet in the middle of nowhere with a bomb, there's not gonna be much proof of, unless the bomb's not actually there and it's just a fake signal. But let's assume that the idea is to blow me up with a bomb that he got on the probe. How would people know that he killed me? There's no proof of it. I don't know. I'll think of something.
I don't know. Let me think. You two see if there's anything in here we can use.
There's no time to get out. You have to disable the bomb before it goes off. Oh. That's... I saw the 7-second timer, by the way. There you go. There was literally no reason to be worried whatsoever. What now, nerd? You want to come back with your hologram? It feels like a poorly thought out plan. Just saying. The probe was a trap set specifically to lure you in. Elanos Halyat, the man who masterminded the attack of Elysium, wants revenge on the Alliance for his defeat. Escape from the trap that Halyat has left for you. If possible, take down Halyat as well. Oh, so he's here. That's good to know. I love that we told Hackett that we were not trained for this. And yet we disabled an atomic bomb in literally 4 seconds. I think we were very much prepared for this and trained for this. So yeah, see, Halyat Armory. Those were my favorite weapons. Oh, now I'm gonna be forced to hate on the Halyat Armory weapons. Because their leader's an asshole. Well, I mean, it might just be a name, right? Might not necessarily mean that he's part of it. Yeah. Oh, okay, cool. That's where we extracted. Where the fuck is the Mako? Oh, there's people here. Oh, there's the Mako. They stole the Mako. There you go. Halyat went through a lot of trouble to draw you here. A pity it ended like this, for him at least. For him, at least. Now that you're above ground, your suit radio has re-established connection with the Normandy. Time to get the hell out of here. I didn't even get to see his face.
Negative contacts, Commander.
Just freaking sniped him from up here. One of them was Turian. I assume that was him. Yeah, what a poorly thought out plan by Elanos Halyat. Well, we took care of that nerd. We avenged people who died in the Skillian Blitz on Elysium. Love that. Very proud of us. Which one was it? This one. Yeah. You managed to kill him in the process. Man, that wasn't very hard. I wonder if there would have been a way to not... I mean, it says, if possible, take down Halyat if possible. I wonder if there was a way to do this without killing Halyat. Maybe he tries to escape if you get too close. Maybe the fact that we sniped him made it easier. I don't know. Premise of that quest had the potential to be an entire story of different game. It was resolved in 5 minutes. Yeah, that sounded like such an exciting premise with like the bomb and everything. I thought maybe there would be, I don't know, some dramatic decisions to make or something. No, instead it was just, oh yeah, just do 3 mini games, shoot everything, and we're done. A bit of underwhelming. In general, I feel like the side quests in this game, for the most part, have been a bit underwhelming. But it is what it is. Bintu, that's where we need to go, I think. Yep. Let me, when we're done... No, wait! Hold up! We had another quest! Oh, I think the shipments we got word of was the probe. I didn't connect 2 and 2 there. Yeah. I think those were the same thing. That wasn't clear to me. Although it makes sense now, right? Something was shipped to the Amazon system, and now we know that was the probe in question. Okay, cool. I didn't connect the dots until just now. Okay, nice. Well, Patagiri. Patagiri has its thin atmosphere composed of neon and chlorine. Its frozen surface is mainly composed of silica with deposits of copper. During a long cold night, the chlorine in the atmosphere falls to the ground in the form of frost. We've detected a large deposit of thorium. Alrumter. Small rocky terrestrial planet with a trace atmosphere of nitrogen and krypton. Its frigid surface is mainly composed of light metals with deposits area of frozen ammonia. You detected a weak signal coming from the far side of the planet Alrumter. Joker brought the Normandy around and your salvage team picked up a small escape pod trapped in orbit. There was a long dead Turian inside, along with a few personal items and a Prothean data disk. Dregir. Dregir is a small barren rock world with a trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. The surface is frigid and mainly composed of silicates with deposits of magnesium, aluminum, and other light metals. The gear has a weak magnetic field, making it unsuitable for drive discharge operation. Beryllium. Ranchado is a close-orbiting hot Jupiter with traces of sulfur, hydrogen, helium atmosphere. Its the disruptive gravity well of the gas giant prevented any planets from forming nearby. And Bintu. Bintu has an atmosphere of carbon dioxide with a permanent haze of toxic chlorine and clouds of sulfur dioxide that periodically drop torrents of acidic rain on the surface. Its crust is mainly composed of sulfur with deposits of calcium. Like most worlds in the Voyager cluster, Bintu has only been charted in the last 20 years by Alliance. Within the last 20 years by Alliance surveyors. It has no known native ecology. Data about the world is surprisingly brief and generic, painting a picture of an unpleasant and uninteresting place. So this is, we have to deal with some Cerberus stuff, which I remember the mission saying something like unleashing alien threat, something? I'm gonna bring the humans. Did they announce anything good at the PC gamer showcase or whatever was happening earlier today? What's up, Egg? Save. Ordinance of a research facility run by the Cerberus group. You need to investigate the planet Bintu to find out why Cerberus is unleashing alien monstrosities in the Attican Traverse. Yeah, that's the one thing. Research facility, research facility, research facility. Okay, cool. We'll start here and go from there. Electronics too low? God damn it. We need Tali for that. I didn't bring Tali. But then if I don't bring Kaiden, surely there's gonna be decryption that I can't open. That's gonna be equally as annoying. I'm gonna need to bring those two. Sorry, Ashley. Once more, you warm the bench. She went through a traumatic experience on Eden Prime. She probably should, you know, instead of coming more military mission, she should probably be in therapy. Yeah, Eugene. It also sounds like the thrusters on the Destiny Sparrows when you boost. Yeah, that wasn't worth it for that, but you never know when you can get one of those fucking insignias or whatever. I really wish you could just boost constantly at the cost of like maneuverability or something. But the fact that the boost is only like 2 seconds long is crazy to me. The hell? The fuck are those? Oh Jesus! That is not what I was expecting to happen.
Charging up.
I clicked on the diagnostic station. I was expecting to get information. Not literally open the thing. You've eliminated the threat at this facility. Continue to one of the other nearby labs. Okay, I still don't know what those things were. Something about unleashing alien monstrosities. These look like little babies.
Looks like Cerberus has other bases on this world, Commander.
Can we go there? Nope. That's pretty funny. The fact that there's a whole thing, because it's the default sort of map thing. It's like a reused asset. It shows up on the map, but you can't actually go there. Or maybe it's there because depending on which one you go last, there's more, like the side rooms. I don't know. Although we've seen like mines on different planets before that had the side rooms, but you can never enter them. I love the janky solutions to old gaming development problems.
Heading to position.
Palladium. Same thing? Question mark? Whoa. Those look like either husks or Thorian creepers. Cerberus Commando. Some Phoenix 9 light armor. Level 9 stuff. Ugh. God, this is annoying. The fact that the fucking notification comes up every time, too. What a mess. Data at the base you just wiped out revealed another Cerberus operation. For the base. What's up, Bristlebutt? Been alright for the most part. A little bit of jank here and there. A few annoyances here and there as well. Overall, pretty okay. This is Mass Effect 1, yes. Oh, god damn it. I didn't want to equip it. I don't even know how that happened. I think I pressed enter too fast, and so enter equipped thing that was under my cursor. Crazy. But that's how it works. Everything that's not like at least level 8, maybe 9, I don't keep. That's true, at least I did not do that. And when you think it's over, it's not. All of that to do still. What's everybody else doing today? Grab more. I shouldn't even turn this into Omnigel because I have max Omnigel right now. I should be technically I should be selling this, but I don't think I care. I don't think I care enough. Alright. So now do we have to open this and deal with those Thorian creepers? Okay, they are Thorian creepers. Okay. No sign of... There was no sign of Kahoku among the creeper corpses? He must be at one of the other labs in the area? What? Has given you the coordinates to research facility.
What Cerberus horrors will find at the next base.
Why are we expecting to find Kahoku here? I feel like I missed a chapter of this story in this side quest. The blurry. So these were Thorian Creepers. I assume those at the first base were Rachni's then? Like the little green Rachni stuff? Rachni babies? So those Cerberus guys are like sort of studying all the sort of creepers we're fighting during our mission? I don't know. The narrative of this mission is not making a lot of sense right now, I will say. Not sure what that Kahoku mention was all about. Well, hopefully we get some sort of answer. Oh shit, it is a Rachni. Is that Kahoku? Yeah, it is. Okay, so that's wild if that's actually Kahoku, because I don't think anything implied that it would be there. I don't think we were ever told that, oh yeah, the dude's here. So I have no clue why suddenly he is there. That makes no sense to me.
Now it gets fun.
Wow, that stuck to the wall.
Eat this.
Yeah, see, it stuck to an invisible wall. That's crazy. Okay.
One last stop to make, Commander. We owe Kahoku that much.
I guess we do. Like, they seem to know what they're talking about, and I'm like, I don't know. None of that makes sense. You check for a pulse but find none. Admiral Kahoku is dead. Despite the ferocity of the creatures he was sealed in with, there are no signs of trauma on his corpse. The nail marks on his arm suggest a different means of execution.
Damn. It's the Admiral. Cerberus must have tracked him down.
See, it feels like we should have had that conversation before anything else. It feels like we shouldn't have been in, like, the last, this to me reeks of poor communication between members of the dev team. Like, they have this idea of, oh yeah, this mission they're gonna find the corpse of Kahoku, and then the dudes working on the previous you know, like the script of the previous area, the dude that's writing that is like, oh yeah, no signs of Kahoku's body here. Because maybe originally the quest was supposed to be, oh, Kahoku's been taken and we have to find him, he's on that planet there. And that was scrapped for whatever reason and changed. And so like a lack of sort of coordination between the, you know, the different parts of the script And like Kaiden saying, yeah, we owe Kahoku that much, you know, like we need to do something for him. But we don't know we don't know it's him yet. You know, we would need to first inspect the body and be like, oh shit, that's him. What happened? Like he was, you know, Cerberus found him because he was onto them and they wanted to get rid of him. And then, you know, Kaiden's like, yeah, we need to avenge him or whatever, right? They found Kahoku dead in one of their bases. Now you're the only one who can stop them. Yeah. Cerberus has been conducting illegal genetic research in an effort to create an unstoppable army. You found Kahoku dead in one of their bases, and now you're the only one who can stop them. Destroying the main Cerberus facility. I would love to. But where? You found the location of a major Cerberus facility. Head to Neferon in the Columbia system of the Voyager cluster. Okay. So it's somewhere in the same system we're in. Cluster we're in. Whoa. I need to give that armor to Rex. Yeah, this is it's a shame because I feel like some of that stuff is it's not bad at all. It you know there's an interesting story in there. It's just extremely poorly set up. The idea of like I don't know if they're a terrorist organization. I don't know what they are. But them like doing genetic engineering, trying to make themselves an army and all that, I think that's quite interesting. There's a really good potential for story there with like one admiral of the Alliance being on to them, and you know this whole like internal Alliance conflict that's sort of a smaller scale than the greater galactic storyline, and just like humans fighting amongst themselves. I think there's something really interesting there. I wish it was better introduced. I wish it was better structured, better presented. Because instead of being this super interesting, fascinating thing, you're uncovering and sort of doing as a side mission, it just comes off as like an afterthought that's not really well put together. And I feel like those stories deserve better.
Anything you need, Commander?
What's your opinion on the last?
Killing Sarah. I'm sure Dr.
What's your?
I'm sure Dr. DeSanto.
Still the same thing. Okay.
Yes, Commander? Goodbye, Commander.
Nobody cares that Admiral Kahoku's dead. Sense.
Yes, Commander?
Carry on, President.
Yes, sir.
Teleported to the other side. Okay. Columbia. The mouse sensitivity on the fucking galactic map is so low. I have no idea how big those circles I'm doing are right now with my mouse. Gromar is a rocky terrestrial world with a trace atmosphere of Krypton and Xenon. It seems like every fucking planet is Krypton and Xenon. The frozen surface is mainly composed of copper with deposits of calcium. Prior to the Alliance's expansion into the Voyager cluster, Gromar hosted one half of a Turian interferometric telescope array. Connected with similar telescopes in the Adigan Beta cluster by an expensive chain of FTL-COM buoys, the two functioned as a single virtual lens with an effective aperture equal to the thousands of light years between them. Turians use this to chart the terminus system with great accuracy. Cool. League of One medallion. Ontaheter. Unusually large ice wall with a core of silicate rock and light metals with trace atmosphere of krypton and xenon. What a surprise. The crust is mainly composed of water ice. Ontaheter's ice sheets show obvious signs of large-scale fracture and refreezing, centered on a massive crater near the South Pole. A recent extranet meme suggests that a Prothean ship crashed through the crust of the planet before the collapse of their empire and might still be recovered from the planetary core. This is purportedly source of the planet's unusual high mass. Careful mapping of Ontaheter's gravity field orbiting satellites have proved that the planetary core is entirely normal. Deposits of samarium. Logia is a hothouse terrestrial world with a dense atmosphere of nitrogen and sulfur dioxide. The surface is scorching hot, mainly composed of iron with deposits of gold. The core of Clogia is very hot and tectonically active. Volcanic eruptions are common, and outgassing continues to add to the density of the atmosphere. The largest active volcano has a caldera near 100 kilometers in diameter, and its basalt floods... Basalt? I'm not sure. Basaltic rocks. I don't know. I've covered an area roughly the size of the Earth continent of Australia. Basalt, thank you. Neferon is a barren volcanic terrestrial world with an atmosphere of carbon dioxide and krypton. The surface is mainly composed of sodium with deposits of magnesium. Aside from displays of geological beauty, including many spectacular volcanoes, this barren world is of little interest. Entries relating of Neferon in the astronomical database are sparse. Wait, this is destroying the Cerberus base, right? Yeah. What was that sound? I heard something that sounded like a creature. We have to be done with this, right? Jesus. Light metals, 5 heavy metals, 17. 1 more Thurian emblem, bunch of League Valiant. Yeah. We'll keep searching. Cerberus soldier had an ID tag for Captain Varsynth, one of the Salarian soldiers responsible for capturing the League of One. It's unclear how he came into possession. Relic. I think I'm gonna go there first. Oh, also there's something there. There's gonna be a fucking thresher mod here. There. Yeah, 100%. Doesn't look like we can do it. Man, I never thought I'd say that, but that's too many side quests. This game doesn't have good enough side quests. It doesn't have enough assets to warrant that many side quests. I'm not a huge fan of open world games, so obviously side quests are not a huge deal for me. I always much prefer a game that's focused around one thing than having so many side quests, but like something like Cyberpunk, right? The side quests were incredible. Obviously, CD Projekt Red's very good at doing side quests. They put a lot of care into them. But yeah, this game did not need that many side quests, especially not with how few assets they have. Because every side quest feels exactly the same, outside of like a couple of exceptions, maybe. And unfortunately, my brain doesn't let me not care about them. I wish I could be like, yeah, you know what, whatever, I'm not gonna do side quests. My brain is like, nah, I gotta do them because, you know, it's part of the mission. And who knows, maybe there's gonna be a narrative thing, you know, like one side quest you do and then suddenly there's a big narrative sort of connection or reveal or... But yeah, most of it is just useless stuff all over the place. Not the most interesting. Oh well. It is what it is. Come on, get up there, Mako. You can do this. Oh, jeez. Brains do be silly indeed, yeah. Well, here's to hoping that Mass Effect 2 is a little better in that regard. That never gets old though. Shooting these people with a fucking rocket launcher and seeing them burn away, that never gets old. Whoa. I didn't realize you could literally destroy those crates. Hey, welcome back, Miss Spookums. Hope your Sunday is going well. Those side quests and narrative felt like an impact was being made. What do you mean by all those side quests? You mean in a different game or in this one? What's up, Cleric? I am very uncomfortable right now. My fucking... I need to get a new chair. I've been holding off on getting a new chair for way too long. This chair is not comfortable anymore. I need a new desk chair. I'm gonna have to look into that. I think Credo means Cyberpunk 77. I hope he does. Listen, I'm not dunking on Mass Effect side quests. I think some of them... They're all interesting in what they're trying to do. I think they're failing in execution. Unfortunately. But they're interesting in what they're trying to do. Yeah, no, Cyberpunk was great. Side quests in Cyberpunk are brilliant. But I think, and this one is a perfect illustration of what I'm talking about. There's this whole thing with Cerberus being an organization that's like trying to build an army of alien creatures or whatever, right? Fucking great. What a concept. Love it. Again, like I said earlier, like the internal turmoil of just the humans, the Alliance, outside of the galactic thing, even the humans among themselves, you know, there's a bunch of nonsense and terrorist groups and all that. I think it's a fascinating idea for a story, and then you're like, you've investigated them, there were a few quests about them. They've clearly worked with, like, you know, they got some stuff from Pharaohs with the Torian stuff, and probably got some stuff from Noveria. Like, you can tell they're a little bit, like, in the background of every little main mission we've done, in that sense. And then you're like, oh, now you gotta take their main facility out. And it's this exciting thing of, oh, man, I really want to, you know, I'm excited to bring them down. And since they killed Kahoku, it makes you care about, it's supposed to make you care about it and all that. But then the Kahoku execution thing, completely, you know, almost in passing, not really build up to it, like no knowledge. I didn't know Kahoku was even missing until we found him dead. It didn't build to it. There was no, maybe I missed something, but you shouldn't be able to miss something like that. If you can do the quest, you should be properly set up for it, right? In terms of the narrative. And then we come here to attack their facility, and it's the exact same fucking building that we've been through 1,000 times in a lot of other quests. It doesn't feel like I'm attacking the base of a big, you know, antagonistic force like Cerberus could be set up as. Like, it doesn't feel epic. It doesn't feel eventful or anything, right? It's like, to me, what it feels like, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know, maybe that played a part. It feels like there were a bunch of writers who had really cool ideas. And all these factions and all these quests and all these characters. And then they did not have the budget to carry that. but they still wanted to put it in the game. So they just repeated, you know, repeated assets. They just threw stuff together in whichever way they could, and it's unfortunate because it you know, it kind of undermines the interesting work that the writers have been doing. Oh well, it's, you know, older game. They probably didn't have the budget they had for you know, subsequent games. At that time, you know, like, I mean, obviously BioWare was already pretty big, you know. They had done obviously the Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 series. They had done Knights of the Old Republic. Like, they were a pretty big studio already at the time, but I don't know. This doesn't feel, for the time being, this doesn't feel like a low budget game, but it still, a lot of the structure seems like it. Last game they did before Mass Effect 1 was KOTOR, I believe. And then after Mass Effect 1, Dragon Age. And then Mass Effect 2, if I'm not mistaken. Which, you know, obviously Mass Effect 1 and Dragon Age were big hits for them. So I think obviously their budget after that was much, and their team experience and everything, they were in a much better position. They were used to 3D tools a lot better and had more. But this is not a cheap game. No, KOTOR 2 was made by a different team. Wasn't it Obsidian, maybe? Like, this is not a cheap game. There's some big voice acting talents in there. They literally have, you know, big sci-fi stars. They have Lance Henriksen, they have Seth Green, which is not a huge star, but you know what I mean. Like, this is not a cheaply made game for the time being. It just seems like maybe most of the budget went into the main, because the main story quests are good, like the environments are pretty epic and it's pretty well done, and there's a lot of like voiceover for an older game. Yeah, it feels like the side quests kind of got the short end of the stick there, and not a lot of attention was put into it. And then you have to wonder, would it have been better to just not put them in there at all? Would the galactic exploration, would it have felt empty if you couldn't land on at least one planet per system and you just had the planet descriptions and the surveys and all that? I would have been fine with it, right? I would have been fine with it, just exploring the systems, and if it's not a, you know, if there's not like a major quest or anything, you just like read a bit on the planet. Like, it's almost more like an encyclopedia of the planets and the systems rather than an explorable world. I would have been okay with that, but also I'm a nerd, so, you know, like that. Obviously I have a different take on that. Yeah, I don't know. Was there any side quest that was memorable for you so far? The fact that I can't think of one probably means no, right? Let's see. I think the side quests around the main locations were pretty interesting. Those were fun. Yeah. Like, all the Citadel side quests were kind of fun. A lot of like the stuff on Pharos and especially Noveria, a lot of like the espionage there, like the sci-fi espionage thriller was really good, like corporate thing. I loved that. Yeah, that's about it, frankly. I think all of the side stuff was, yeah, very forgettable. It was nice being on the moon, you know, that was memorable, like just being on the moon. But the quest itself, same as everything else, right? You just go around the same environment and you do the same things and then you win. There's not a lot of variety there. Except Tater Nugget. Yeah, I mean, the you know, and again, not dunking on the game. I think, you know, overall, I think it's an excellent game. It's just, and again, I'm trying to keep in mind the time being, but you know, even then, like, Morrowind came out before that, and the side quests were incredible. I'm pretty sure even The Witcher 1 came out before that, and I'm pretty sure those side quests were pretty good. Obviously, like the Fallout games all came out before that. The early ones, side quests were fantastic. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, it feels like they didn't want the galaxy to feel too small or too empty, so they added all of those things. And again, you know, you don't have to do them, right? It's just, yeah, I don't know. Fondest memories of the side quests in Mass Effect 1 are the Citadel. Yeah, those ones were pretty damn good. I think, again, the Noveria ones were fun. I liked it. Although they were sort of sub-parts of the main one, because you did them in order to get passage, right? Yeah, the Citadel one were cool. Yes, the Asari Consort one, pretty fun. And you sort of discover all those different alien species, which is really cool. I mean, I don't, you know, again, it's fine. I'll keep doing them. I'm gonna finish them all, right? Might as well at this point. And who knows? Maybe some of them maybe we'll find value with some of them later down the line. Who knows? Again, like, I'm still hoping one of the although it's a DLC, so it's a bit different, but I'm still hoping that the Balak stuff pays off eventually. That's one that I'm waiting for. The Helena Blake one. Okay, yeah, that's one that's memorable, Clipturn. The Helena Blake one, I think, was pretty interesting. Because that one was well set up, right? Like, I'm talking about, like, narrative setup. That one was really well done. You meet Helena Blake, she's hiring you to, you know, basically kill her associates so she can take over the thing, and then you find her again. There's this moment of, like, you have to make a decision for what the future of that sort of story is. And that feels pretty cool. Like, that felt like a real moment of, like, you know, there was a good narrative structure to it. It felt meaningful. Which is why I'm like, I really wonder if there's going to be more about Helena Blake, right? Down the line. Yeah, a lot of the other ones feel sort of less. The fan one was fun. The reporter stuff with Emily Wong, right? I'm hoping for more about that. Yeah. Anyway, just thoughts, you know. Random thoughts. Doesn't take too much away from the overall experience, I would say. But like someone said in chat, I am also a fan of depth over breadth. I think that's what they said. Yeah, person. Depth over breadth. I was looking much higher in the chat than I needed to. I forget how little conversation we get these days. Let's see. You cautiously press a few buttons and an alarm chimes. The optical database is flashing itself. Quickly, you copy as many files as you can to your Heartsuit internal computer. Its memory wipe, the computer shuts down. The files are sure to be encrypted, but you've got time to crack them. Archive files. Okay. If found a major Cerberus base and ended their sinister experiments in this cluster, avenging Admiral Kohoku's death and removing a danger that could have threatened the entire galaxy. Yeah, see, it doesn't feel like I did that. And we saved some of their files, which hopefully will lead to something. Like, see, this is like, there's a setup there, right? It sets up for, okay, there's maybe something more with those files you recovered. Hopefully it delivers on them. Hopefully we'll get more about this later. Doesn't save the, you know, the first part being a bit lackluster, but alright, that's one more side quest done. Pretty sure. Pineapple and pizza, your name? Yes. Never my first choice. Although I do sometimes get pineapple pizza when I order pizza. But it wouldn't typically be my first choice. Like if you know, if you tell me this is the last pizza you ever eat, I'm not going for pineapple. Well, actually, now that I think about it. Okay, let me explain. It was my grandma's favorite pizza. I've told that story 1,000 times before, I feel like. But it was my grandmother's favorite pizza. Which means when we would have pizza together and order pizza, she was a very small lady. She would never finish her pizza. So I always had like almost half of her pizza to finish by myself. So I've eaten pineapple pizza my entire life because of that. And I grew to really appreciate it. So, if only for the memory of my grandmother, I will always appreciate pineapple pizza. So maybe if I was given, you know, that's the last pizza you'll ever have, maybe I would take pineapple just in, you know, to remember my grandmother one last time. Maybe. I often find when I try to do the optional content in a game, it's much weaker, seemingly because the developer put less effort into content not everyone will see. I mean, which makes sense, right, person, of course. But I think there's a difference between weaker and weak. All side quests in all video games are weaker than the main content. I think that's pretty much a given. Some people will try to argue the opposite, like, oh, not in The Witcher or whatever. That's not true. I mean, you know. The side quests in The Witcher or Cyberpunk, they're really good, but they're weaker than the main story in terms of the amount of effort and production and you know, everything that's being put in there. But they're not weak, right? In this game, I would say that the side content is weak. I think, you know, flat out weak. Except for Skyrim, the side quests are the best, low-key. I think the whole game is garbage, so I'm not... It's hard for me to talk about Skyrim, but I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I think... And here's the thing. I think side questing might be your favorite part. Right, Tater? It is. For me, the side questing can be my favorite part in a game. But I don't think it's correct to say that there's more effort put in them than the main content, right? The main content's where all the production value is, where all the, you know, the most of the good voice acting is, and the, you know, all of that. What's up, Argon? Why is there less conversation in chat than usual? Is it related to game? Not just that. I mean, generally the stream's been extremely low engagement in the past year or so. Like even when I was playing Silksong, which, you know, typically like the first Hollow Knight playthrough, Hollow Knight's playthrough was one of the highest, you know, amount of engagement we had on this channel, and Silksong was just not doing it. But yeah, I don't know. Part of it is the game, maybe. Part of it is just, I don't know. People have better things to do, which I understand. But yeah, I've noticed, you know, I would say since the end of the pandemic days, like 2023 or so, like since 2024 has had a good few moments. Like Disco Elysium, we finished it in 2024. That was a huge thing. And then Cyberpunk, Subnautica, those were pretty hype. There was a lot of stuff happening during those days. There was small little peaks when we got into Elden Ring as well, in terms of like conversations. But I think in general, the since 2023, the amount of engagement has only been on the decline. It's summertime, people go out. You would think that from my personal data and everyone else's data that I've talked to about those kind of things, like other streamers that I have conversations about, summertime is usually a pretty high time in terms of viewership and engagement around the platform. So, it's more specific to my channel. What's up, Malachaz? Well, gamers don't go out, yeah. Yeah, I think specifically, my channel specifically has been on a pretty concerning decline for the past year and a half. I would say. Both in engagement and revenue, a lot more concerning. We're not very far from the point where I'm gonna have to do something else for revenue and make sure I can pay my bills and all that. So there's a non-zero chance that the streaming schedule is gonna have to be severely gutted, if not completely stopped. But we're not quite there yet. But it's if it continues going on that trend, I'm not sure we survive the year. We'll see. Not sure 2027 is gonna be continued. We'll see. We'll see. But I mean, in any case, you know, it's one of those things where if it should get to that point, there'll be, you know, it'll be announced ahead of time. If the channel should go down permanently, or the show schedule should change in a considerable way, or stop entirely, they'll you know, it'll be like, okay, at this date, that'll be the end of it. I'll probably do a final playthrough of something to sort of, you know, give it a nice conclusion, and then we'll pull the plug. This way, this gives some time for people to stop subscribing and enjoy the end of the show together, right? So it's not gonna happen overnight, is what I mean. It is not gonna happen overnight. Because fortunately I have enough, you know, I have some form of a safety net, so I can, you know, I can afford a few months of struggle with the revenue of the channel. So. Well, I appreciate that, Tater Nugget. Yeah, I'm having fun with Mass Effect. The game itself is very enjoyable. Have you thought of inviting chat with you when you go out, for instance, eat or go for a walk? Do you mean stream when I do something else? If so, no. I'm not doing IRL streams. I'm also not looking for suggestions, so we're clear. I'm just informing you guys of what the situation is. Yeah, we'll see, Anktar. I truly hope that you know, I truly hope that we see a reversal of the trends in the future. But yeah, it's an interesting thing because like average overall overall concurrent viewership has been pretty fine. Like it's been, I would say, like if I look at the big picture, I would even consider it that it's on a sort of an uptrend. Like typically a game that, what I would consider a bad game numbers wise, right? A bad game numbers wise, like low engagement, low viewership. A couple of years ago, we would go down to like the 40s or something, like the 30s, or like we would get some really bad days. Like even when I played The Last of Us 1, like some days were like really low. That hasn't been the case in the past year, doing some like a little bit more niche games like Cairn or you know, even like Mass Effect. I mean, those are pretty old games. I don't, you know, it's even though they're classics, I don't think people are dying to see another playthrough of it. And it, you know, the CCVs have been okay. I always think it's gonna be like after the stream. I only look at my numbers after the stream, but based on the engagement, I always think the numbers are gonna be lower. I'm like, there was literally nobody watching today, and most of the time it's okay. You know, it's like, oh, okay, that's fair. That's good. Some people would really like having those numbers, right? That's sort of the thing I'm telling myself. But then I'm looking back to, you know, like the engagement, and that part's a struggle. It's really a struggle. As for me, you know, like sort of the interaction with the chat and all the conversations, that's some of the best parts of it. Even just, you know, even if I'm just yapping about the game or monologuing or something, knowing that some people are reacting to it or have their bit of opinion to add or something, it doesn't happen so much anymore. And I'm not quite sure what causes that. That's a trim. No, it's a general thing. It's a very general trend of the engagement. Did the Cageathon do badly? I mean, the numbers weren't that great, but I expected it. Those are very bad video games. I expected Detroit to do considerably better than the others, and I think it did somehow. But also, here's the thing. The problem is, nobody really wants to watch Heavy Rain, Beyond Two Souls, or Fahrenheit. The Cageathon was more of a community thing. I wanted to do that for us because we talked about it for so long, right? For the people who were there and that we've been talking about doing it for a while, and because how bad those games are. So here's the thing with Detroit. Like, Detroit's a very popular game because a lot of people love it. I don't. I think the game's garbage because it's a fucking David Cage game. So obviously people come in wanting to watch Detroit and they hear me trash the game. Obviously they're not gonna stay, right? That makes a lot of sense. So I'm not surprised that the Cageathon numbers-wise weren't doing good, but we had a lot of fun doing it. It was an absolute blast, right? So that's different. That's a bit different. Right? I put that in a different category than, okay, I'm just playing the next game, you know, of that I want to go through on the channel and that, right? And again, I think for Mass Effect, my expectations were pretty low, so I think, you know, I'm enjoying the game, so that carries me through the streams, even when the engagement's struggling. I'm like, yeah, no, I'm really enjoying playing the game. Today is a little harder because those side quests are fucking bad, but, you know, in general, I'm enjoying playing the game, so that carries me through the whole thing. Now, you know, if I imagine, if I'm doing something like, say, if I'm doing the Disco Elysium second playthrough, or if I'm doing Zero Parades, or if I'm doing a game that I feel like, okay, this should be something that's stimulating for the conversations, for the channel, for the you know, it should be something exciting. And that does poorly, that's going to be a lot more difficult, right? That's going to be a bit more of a struggle. Like, if the second playthrough of Disco, for instance, doesn't crush everything in terms of, like, overall numbers and general engagement, based on how much of my audience is formed of people that found me from Disco Elysium, that would be, for me, that's like, yep, that's it. We're announcing, you know, we're announcing the end of the channel, and we're playing a final game, and that's it. Not to put myself under too much pressure, but, you know. Yeah, person, I'm gonna play it at the end of the year. That's our big December game this year, is gonna be Zero Parades. I'm very excited about it. Extremely excited. The literal 5 minutes of the demo that I played were awesome, and it immediately made me want to uninstall so I would not see any more of it. I saw like one conversation in the game and I was like, oh, this is gonna be fucking rad. How did the Cage-a-thon do financially? Pretty poorly. Better than now, but poorly for the time being. But a bad month 2 months ago would be a good month now. Second playthrough is not exciting as first. True, to an extent, but many people found this channel through the Disco playthrough after it happened. Many of which are still watching to this day. Anyway, ramblings. Well, I mean, Jamrock Hobo's been around a few times, even when I was playing other games. He's showing up ever so often. Suddenly pops up in chat, says hi. Been a semi-regular viewer since then, even when I'm playing other games. Okay, Cerberus stuff is done. This. Bam. Alright. We're running out of quests. Beautiful. I'm so happy about that.
Transmission coming in, Commander. I think you're gonna want to hear this one.
Oh god, what is it now?
Greetings, Commander Shepard. I represent a party interested in obtaining information on Cerberus activities.
Oh? What's your name?
Who are you and who do you represent?
Who I am is inconsequential. Suffice to say, I am an agent for the Shadow Broker. You see, Admiral Kahoku contacted my employer looking for information on the location of any Cerberus facilities. We provided that information on the promise that he would turn over copies of all files gathered from the Cerberus systems to us.
That explains why he was there. See, I feel like some of that stuff could have been filtered even before the quest. Man, I feel... oh god. This should have been so much better structured and would have been so interesting. What a shame.
Did you have anything to do with Admiral Kahoku ending up dead?
We had no reason to harm him. He was going to provide us with information about Cerberus. Information that is now in your possession.
You must have some connection to Cerberus. How else could you tell Kahoku where to find them?
Information is our business, Commander. Through our contacts, we were able to determine that the Cerberus group was active in the Voyager cluster. Unfortunately, that was all we were able to find out. That is why we are so interested in acquiring copies of the files from you.
I don't know about that. Dealing with the Shadow Broker? I also feel like we might want to keep that information for ourselves, because there might be some interesting stuff in there. I don't know if that information being sold to who knows who for the fact. Like, I don't know, like, who the Shadow Broker is looking for that information for. They're gonna sell it to someone, right? Either because it's already a deal, like they have to find that information for someone, one of their clients, or they want to, you know, wager it later and sell it to the most offering people. And who knows who might find that. Even Saren could get it, right? Like, I don't know. I would ask what's in it for me just to know, but I'm worried that if I pick that, I'm not going to be able to back out after that. I feel like if the Shadow Broker is contacting me directly to, well, directly through one of his agents or something to get that information, it means that it's that valuable. I don't think he would risk exposing himself in that way, if not. So I feel like that's a sign to specifically not sell it. Specifically a sign to keep it to ourselves, because it's more valuable. Do I want to know what's in it for me at the risk? Man, if I can't back out and I'm not interested in the offer, I'm going to be very mad. But what could they offer that... Well, I mean, okay, hold on. It's the Shadow Broker. Maybe he has information about Saren. Oh, no, I don't know. Let's ask.
Your deal died with Kahoku. Why should I help you?
The Alliance is just going to file this information away in some archive. No secret stays hidden forever. Eventually, someone somewhere will deliver it into our hands. Might as well be you. Transmit the files to us and you will be well compensated.
I don't care about money. I'm a multi-millionaire. Even though one rifle costs almost $1 million. So based on that information, I would assume the credits are not worth very much. Why do you want the files?
What are you going to do with this information?
Information is a commodity. It can be bought, sold, or traded. Why my employer desires this information is not my concern. I am only the buyer.
I'm a 1 rifleonaire. Yeah. 2 rifleonaire actually right now. Maybe even more. Maybe 3 rifleonaire. We've moved up in the world. You know what? No deal.
My loyalty is to the Alliance, not the Shadow Broker.
That is unfortunate, Commander. My employer will remember this the next time you need something from us.
It's fine. We don't need, you know, we don't need information from the Shadow Broker. For now. God damn it. I was pretty confident about my decision, and then now he's like, oh yeah, we'll remember this. And now I'm like, fuck. Oh well. I made my choice. I wasn't gonna deal with the Shadow Broker. They should give the player the option to stay ominous stuff back to them. They should. Oh yeah? Well, don't sleep, you know. Sleep with one eye open from now on, okay? I'll send my men after you. I don't think it would work. He's just pissed. You know, it's kind of like when a dude is trying to hit on a girl and he's complimenting her all the time, and then as soon as she turns him down, he's like, oh yeah, you know, you're ugly anyway. I wasn't interested in you. It's like, you're the one that came to, you know, to us. We never needed you before. We don't need you now. Don't be mad at me. Based on his response, I feel like the reward could have been... It'd be good if the Shadow Broker owed you a favor. It'd be more interesting. Yeah, if he responded like, are you sure? You know, it would be good to have the Shadow Broker owe you a favor. Then it makes you think again and you're like, oh, yes, you know, push, see how much your principles... That's what I always say, right? You need to be able to afford your principles. It's always easy. It's easy to have principles and ethics when you can afford it. It's much more difficult when you can't. That's when a true test of a person is done. What's up, Timmy? How are you? I'm not to be trifled with. I was just brokering to be nice out of pity. We don't actually need any info from you, so there. Unless, yeah. Oh yeah, how much money do I have? Yeah, see, 2.6 million, just under, which is about 3 of the most expensive rifles. We made so much money during the past couple missions, by the way. Like, literally made 2 millions almost. Well, not 2, but 1.5 million in the span of like an hour. Okay, those have been all surveyed. The Kepler Verge is the next one where we have a quest to do. More specifically, in Herschel, we have the Garrus side mission, which I'm pretty excited about. I'm hoping it's going to be an interesting one. And then we have one on Newton, which is much less interesting. Let's go there. Well, I don't know how much less interesting it is, but it's not a companion side quest, which I care less about.
Message coming in. Patching it through.
Okay.
I've received some information I thought you'd want to see, Commander. Someone is killing former Alliance scientists. There have been 4 deaths in the past month.
What were they working on?
Former scientists. Sounds like someone has a project they'd like to keep secret.
We found a connection between the scientists and you. They all worked on a classified project several years ago on Akuz.
Oh.
Akuz? I lost my whole unit there. You're saying that our scientists were involved?
I can't get any information on what they were working on. The project records were sealed. Commander, Shepard, what you do with this is up to you. I just thought you'd want to know. There was one other scientist on the project, Dr. Wayne. I'm transmitting his last known coordinates. Good luck. 5th Fleet out.
Jakuz. That's funny. Yo, CD, how are you doing today? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. How have you been? You were video gaming today. You were playing... You were watching the Xbox thing. Did you watch the PC thing after that? Or did you play some video games? But yeah, welcome in everyone from CD. I hope you guys had a good time over there. It's always a pleasure to see you guys. A lot of indie games on the PC show. What's up, Kaiser? Been watching all the showcases, some good announcements. No gaming today. Hell yeah, well thank you, CD. I appreciate that. Yeah. I was trying to remember when we first met each other, CD. Was I playing Cyberpunk? Was I playing Subnautica? I can't remember. You maybe remember. I don't think I do. Yeah. But yeah, I appreciate the raid. Thank you very much. What's your favorite announcement of today, everybody? What that you've seen over there on CD's channel? What was your most hyped moment? I saw I watched a little bit of the Xbox showcase while I was having breakfast. Nothing that I'm too excited about on that one. I'm trying to remember the Castlevania stuff. I'm really excited about Castlevania. The new Castlevania game looks rad. But yeah, maybe Subnautica. Yeah, CD. I don't remember. Yeah, it might have been it. Might have been it. Wolf Among Us 2, but that wasn't today. Yeah, I saw the Wolf Among Us the other day. Wolf Among Us. I haven't played the first one yet, but I know a lot of people really like it. Halo? There's a new Halo thing? Oh. I was not aware. I must have missed that. It was a remake or a master of some Halo games. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, what I wasn't able to watch the PC show, of course. Any standout during the PC show? Yeah. Fable. Oh, they showed more of the new. Yeah, the new Fable game looks really cool. I remember really liking the mockumentary style of the first trailer, with like the talking heads and all that. That shit was funny. I'm kind of excited about that. Yeah. But yeah, if you came in through the raid, we're playing Mass Effect currently. I'm currently bang in the middle of Mass Effect 1. We're doing side quests today before returning to main quests later, probably tomorrow. Yeah, today we're doing mostly side quests. Yeah, if there's one thing to know about me is that I play games extremely slowly. So if you like the breakneck pace of typical Twitch gaming, you won't find it here. I like taking my time with things. And also, absolutely no spoilers, no information of any kind. I do enjoy figuring all the things by myself. Alright, Japanese Caddy. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at whatever came out of the PC showcase, but nobody said anything. Like, nobody was, suddenly, oh, they just announced this or whatever. So I'm expecting it was mostly, stuff that people already knew about, or, yeah, nothing too exciting. But we'll see, we'll see. Nothing special, but the Half-Life 3 announcement was pretty cool. Yeah, I believe that. 100%. Yeah. I believe that. If there would have been a Half-Life 3 announcement and nobody in my chat said anything about it, that would have been the marking on the wall right there. That's the moment you know that your chat's officially dead. you gotta call it quits. What's up, Neolings? We can't even joke about Silksong being announced anymore. That's true. That's true. I guess the new joke's Bloodborne 2 or even Bloodborne Remaster or whatever, right? That's kind of the current joke. But or Elder Scrolls 6, yeah, true. That one's been announced so long ago and we haven't seen anything about it. Alright, hold on. So we just had a message from the Admiral. Let's see the update about that. Person, thank you for 10 gifted subs. A total of 210. That number is getting really high, person. You gotta be careful with that. that's a big number. Thank you, person, and everyone who got a sub in there. I hope you appreciate the ad-free experience. And as always, you will be remembered. GTA 6 seems to be the go-to joke already. Well, it's not the same because we have the release date, right? Like it is a joke in the sense of like, oh, we got this before GTA 6 or whatever. But we have the release date, so it's not quite the same anymore, I don't think. But it's been a while, yeah. It's interesting to think like someone else, there were a lot of discussions because of like Destiny, the Destiny development cycles ending. And there were conversations with people being like, the entirety of Destiny happened between GTA 5 and 6. And just that thought, when someone wrote that, thinking about it, I was like, holy fuck, dude. What the hell? It's been so long. It's been so long. %80 of all games announced Summer Game Fest come out in September. Yeah, everyone's rushing to get their games out in September, October, before GTA 6, or then delaying them to early 2027. Nobody wants to release a game in November, December this year. Nobody. It's like it's a dead zone. Ecological dead zone. No game releases. Because everyone knows GTA 6 is gonna just siphon everything. It might be one of the biggest release, you know, it might be one of the biggest entertainment releases of all time. Not just gaming, like straight up one of the biggest entertainment releases of all time. It might be something on the level of I don't know, the Avengers Endgame or something. I don't know. It's a huge, huge thing. Pretty crazy. Moon landing level? Well, unfortunately in this day and age, it's I fear it's bigger than the moon landing. People don't give a shit about science anymore. It's awful. I get excited every time there's something about, you know, like the Artemis program and all that, but it seems like most people don't care too much anymore. Although, to be fair, the Artemis 2 mission was pretty hype, but I still, I mean, me too, I still care. I cannot wait for us to actually land on the moon again. I was always, one of my biggest life's regret was that I wasn't alive when the moon landing happened. I was like, man, I wish I could have seen that live. Obviously, it's not going to be the same because it's not the first time, but it feels like it's been long enough and it's been hard enough of a process that it's going to feel fucking incredible again. So. I have not seen For All Mankind yet. Still something I want to watch. Alright, Nogur. Have a good one. Oh yeah, you're on a different schedule now, Nogur. It's all weird, huh? Hey, who knows? Maybe we'll get to see a Mars landing in our lifetime, which would be a first, which would be, you know, pretty exciting event. We'll see. Anyway, Dead Scientists. Years ago, a group of Alliance scientists conducted a secret project on Akuz, the planet where your entire unit was wiped out. Now someone is killing those scientists. The only project member still alive is located in the Newton system on the Kepler Verge. Go to the Newton system in the Kepler Verge cluster, Kepler, that's hard to pronounce, Kepler Verge cluster, and find the one remaining scientist assigned to the secret project. Head to the Newton system in the Kepler Verge and warn the doctor. So there was a few, like we heard an information about something being weird. But then we get more info by, this is also a little bit of a weird setup because it was a quest we already had, but then we get the transmission from the Admiral. A little bit of a weird setup, but I like the sort of the narrative hook there. The fact that it's connected to Akuz makes it interesting. So yeah, I'm very curious to investigate what's going on and why scientists are being murdered. I love a good conspiracy. But that, ladies and gentlemen, and I hate to end the stream right after we got raided by CT, but unfortunately, it is my normal ending time, and I'm very hungry, so I need to call it quits for today. Unfortunately, but I'll be back tomorrow. I will be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific. Make sure to follow the channel, if you haven't done so yet. If you want to be sure to not miss the start of the stream, the best way to do that is to join Discord. We have a channel on the Discord for live notifications. It's a pretty bare bones Discord. I try to keep it as low key as possible. We don't have like a lot of there's no community events of any kind. There's not a lot of channels. Chatting is even limited to subs. Like it's very very. I'm trying to keep it as at a minimum because I don't like dealing with outside of stream stuff too much. For my mental, you know, I'm trying to preserve my mental health by limiting the amount of outside of stream nonsense. So it's pretty bare bones server, but it's good for live notifications and general information about the stream. If I have to announce something or whatever. So yeah, make sure you join that. Thank you, $10. Yeah. So yeah, back tomorrow for more adventures of Mass Effect. I think I'm unsure how much of the game is left. I don't want to know, but I'm hoping we can. It does seem like the list of things to do is getting smaller. But I think there's a chance we might finish the game this week. So we'll see. We'll see. This would mean a new game on Sunday. But let's focus on the now. There's still more Mass Effect to be played. Maybe much more than I think there is, so let's not... I'm not even sure what the expression is. You know, let's not sell the bear's pelt before you kill it. That's a French expression that I just translated. I'm not sure what the equivalent in English would be. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Yeah, but there has to be like an expression, right? Maybe not. I don't know. I have not, Larry, no. Count our eggs before they hatch. That's the one. Thank you, Tater Nugget. I've heard that one before. Yeah. Let's not count our eggs before they hatch. Let's not put the cart before the horse. Yeah. That's another French one. Although it's with an ox. Don't put the ox before the what's the name of that in English? A plow. Let's not put the ox before the plow. I think that's the French expression translated directly. Anyway, whatever. I'm saying some nonsense. Let's see. Alright, I'm gonna send you guys to Naz. Got a couple of raids today, let's pay it forward. And yeah, I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.